Hello. Hello, everybody. How are you? Where is everyone? Hey, hey, talking to you. All right. Gather round, kiddies. This is the Crypt Keeper. No, that's something else. Wait. Oh yeah, this is a chess stream, and Thursday analysis strumming, Joe strumming. So let me move that. Stream boss is sticking out in the board. Just a bit outside. Hello, no, can we size it, please? Can't size the thing? Oh, you can size it. Carocantics. Did I make it bigger? Make it smaller. Yes, I want to make it smaller. Okay. There. So, we're ready to start. Chess is love for two. Oh, I miss Acerbate. He was always here to start the stream when there was nobody here, and I was never talking to somebody else. I mean, I was never like talking to nobody because Acerbate was always here. It was like he was like a house player. There was never an empty table here. Caroconics. Yeah, we could use some more games. We don't have a bunch of games. I got a game from Miro on the Edge, the player named NPC, and Arsenal fan had promised to send me a game, but I haven't seen anything from that front. And so people, I don't know what their deal is. Nice to see you guys. So Kaise, like Kaise 111. Hey, yeah, Caroconic, send me a game. So I've got the NPC game, aka Miro on the Edge, and I've got. That's interesting. He sent me a game he lost, and I've got a game I put in by Botvinnik that I thought would be interesting to analyze that I haven't gone over yet. I was going over some Botvinnik games, or Botvinnik, and Caroconic's TV. Transvenous Carocon. Or transvestite. I was black. Alright, we can do without the I was black part. Let's just go up to there. I hope that PGN will work. Copy, learn, study, go. My studies. There it is. Add. Let's see if your PGN, attempted PGN works. Yes. It works. It's chapter 3, but we could do it to start off with. Your latest club game. Yeah, I would think it would be the end of season now. I mean, this is like summer, bro. I don't think too many like chess clubs are still going. With the summer upon us, we finished like a month ago. Well, almost. Oh, barnstorming planes. So, okay, it's weird to see a game with no analysis. But let's start with your games, since I don't think that those other guys are here yet. And we'll probably get some more games along the way. So, this stream is my Thursday analysis stream. It's not in the title, but it's kind of... It's understood at this point, if you know me, that that's what we do on Thursdays. Honda. Is the camera moved or something? Honda seems... I want my neck in the camera. Alright, there. Honda, can you block my neck, please? Alright, there. So, I don't have a good neck angle. Stay there. Sleep. Alright. You feel very, very sleepy. I think Honda's making people sleepy. So, alright. We'll start with Caroconics' game. Since he's here, and I don't know if anyone else is, this is Caroconics. It's the Carocon, so I'm going to assume that you're black. I'm going to assume that you're black, but you could be white. But you don't play e4. All right. At least you don't. That I've seen lately. I'm having my coffee tonight at 6 instead of 7. It's actually almost 7. Fuck. If I drink coffee after 7, I turn into a zombie. Can't sleep all night. So it's close. Anyway. So we're playing Caro-Kann. Caro-Kann. Yeah, the Caro-Kann. It's so exciting. C4. And, well, this could also be a C4 or C6 move order, but you have another option here that Hikaru played against me in Blitz once, E5. I don't think that it's better than the normal move. It's probably slightly worse. So D5. And yeah, I mean, white's normally always taking ED here. I mean, we looked at a funny gambit somewhere with one of my students. Some people play this weird thing like take, and queen b3. Is that right? Am I making this up, or is this a real thing? I think I'm making this up. I feel like I'm making this up. I forget anyway. It doesn't matter. Alright. That doesn't matter. Just pretend I didn't say that. So, anyway. What's the point of c-takes? I don't think there's any value in c-takes. I mean, you're just going to take twice. I have a question, though. Something, I never really seriously considered. But if white does take with the e-pawn, right, there might be an advantage. I mean, I know this is ridiculous to spend half an hour talking about c takes d and e takes d, but while we're here, I just want to think about something. Is there some advantage in white playing this? Because just theoretically, if white plays e takes, can't you play knight f6? Like, I would think like you can do that. Like, you don't even have to recapture, right? Although most people probably don't even think about this. I figure it's good, I mean, because taking the pawn is just one of those really bad lines. So, whereas if you take the other way, here's my point. Knight f6 isn't as good here. You know what I mean? I don't know if this means anything, but I'm just making this weird, kind of obscure point that Dreyev does it anyway against Sulskis. But I guess the one thing at the end of the day that I would wonder about would be like, can't white play e5? But maybe that's not even the best move. Of course e5 is playable, but I guess white can play knight c3. And I don't know what that becomes. So what are we going to see? Does Dreyev have something here? No, Dreyev went through that phase. Actually, he was playing the Caro-Kann a lot. When I knew him back in the 90s, he was playing the Caro-Kann. But knight c3, c takes d, e5. This is where it gets really weird. Now we could play like d4 or knight e4. It's basically, I guess we transpose to a kind of like a Floor McKennis line, don't we? Anyway, okay. The takeaway from all this stuff that I'm talking about is that you can think about being like Alexei and doing some kind of weird move that maybe white isn't as well prepared for. This is a really especially interesting move because here you're cutting out some variations, I would think. Yes, there's some weird stuff like queen a4. Hübner lost against Luther Thomas, but like who in the world prepares that with white? You could probably confuse people with this move order. Um, you never had E takes D. Never had E takes D. Did you ever do that when you play C4? Well, I do. Alright, so C takes D, E takes D, knight F6. And then normally white will play bishop E5 check, or queen A4 check. Those are the two main variations that don't just transpose back into a normal Panov. But white can play millions of things. White can play D4, he can play knight to C3, he can play knight to F3. So this is a variation I haven't looked at, but I know like the computer doesn't love it, and you know, theoretically it was always a line that sort of confused me. In the old books, it wasn't well understood. There weren't that many examples before a computer. I remember I had this old book in the Caro-Kann. I mean, there's pretty limited, like Caro-Kann for the Tournament Player by Alexei Swayton. It was like published in the early 90s. I mean, that was like a handful of games that were important for this variation. So here you could play it like a Scandinavian with bishop d7, or you can play knight d7, and knight d7 is playing it like a like a knight f6 Scandinavian. But I'm trying to remember like what the deal is with bishop d7, queen b3. So you're like out of my book here already. I think I must have studied this move primarily back in the day. I mean, this pawn isn't going anywhere. Well, it's a pawn sec, but I mean, realistically, you know, these lines, they're just not that good for white, you know. So you just play g6 and bishop g7. I mean, you sack the pawn long term, but white has a bad structure. In my experience, it's harder to play white than it is to play black, you know, with a bad structure. So that's the main move. But, okay, so the million-dollar question is, after bishop d7, queen b3, what do we do now? You know, I was expecting you to play like queen b6 here. I've never seen this, you know? I mean, I've never seen what you did here with e6. This is totally, like, new, from my perspective. I'm not sure I get it. Let me understand this now. So you have a trick or something? I mean, I don't understand this. What do you have after e6? Queen takes b7. e6, queen takes b7. I don't understand. What am I missing? Knight takes d5. You have some sort of sick computer-like stuff. You trapped his queen on a8. Dude, there's 4 games in the database here. Pop Petra 2020. Putinavicius. So queen takes b7. And so you're offering the rook on a8. And both of these games are since 2022. But I mean, you know, this is a totally new thing. I mean, did you just like did you prepare that? I mean, how do you have the knowledge of this obscure variation? Knight takes d5 and the queen gets trapped. Your course. Well, I mean, the course must be based on engine moves, because there's no practice here. I mean, there's some 2000 player who lost, but I mean, it's a 2000 player playing someone 500 rating points higher. Of course he lost. What does that tell us? Nothing. You know, but I don't know. I guess I guess we'll find out. Ultimately, obviously queen takes b7 is bad. This is a position where white has other options. The queen is vulnerable. This is very interesting. So you can see knight a6, popular move. Yeah, in fact, my friend had a game with Alexander, 2009. Queen b6 looks pretty solid, but you may not want to trade queens at this point. This is actually good for you, though. I think anytime white trades on b6 is good for black. But I mean, ultimately, I think knight d7 is a good line. So, okay. By the way, yes, on this here, you can take with black either way on d5. I understand that. I mean, I just saw the obvious knight takes d5, queen takes a8, and then, okay, like queen c8, right? I just assume we're trapping the queen, but it's not as good. I get it. Okay, it's not as good. There's a couple problems, because if you try to do like bishop c6, white might have a way out with like bishop e5, and if you try to do knight, he's out with the queen here. So there is a game, though, with knight takes d5 by this Lithuanian GM. White played knight c3. Check out what this guy did. This is crazy. He plays knight c6, so he doesn't sack the rook again. By the way, if this guy grabs the queen here, what's going on? Is it queen b6, do you think? Because there may not be a way to deal with that. I mean, queen b6 looks pretty good. I don't think he could take the rook. It's not a legitimate variation. There's someone named Daniel Dragendorf. That's really weird. But anyway, okay. So e6 is a new idea that's been played in a handful of games. Queen takes b7 is insane, right? It's insane. But no one here played the most sane move for white, which would be, well, I guess like knight to c3. I mean, developing a piece, God forbid, God forbid white develop a piece or something. Yeah, I mean, clearly this is the most sensible move. The problem with white's position is that we really don't know why our queen is on b3. All right. But your opponent does play knight c3. Okay, this is probably white's like best move. Pawn takes e6 loses the initiative as well. There's a Kashian game. He lost to a kid, one of those. Mom made a tournament in the backyard tournaments. There are these like chess moms. Chessmoms.com in California. They organize like IM Norton tournaments in their backyards and like hire like grandmasters to play in them and shit, so their kids can become grandmasters. And I know those things exist. Very, very fly-by-night operations. A lot of grandmasters tend to lose points in these sort of tournaments. You can submit a game. I'll allow it. Please approach the bench, Arsenal fan. I'd like a sidebar with you. But Judge Sladgy will allow it this time. Bishop takes e6. So, Grandmaster Kashian playing in chess.mom backyard tournament. Now, bishop c4. and he lost. Yeah, I'm playing this way against a little kid. Definitely not. And the great Martha Fierro, higher rated than me. That's extremely suspicious too. But anyway, okay. Now queen b3, knight c3, probably best move. E takes d5. Okay. So we have this like French type structure where white's queen is on b3, sort of dubiously, right? That's the takeaway. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. What am I doing? Open external link. Ooh, that sounds surgical. What am I gonna do? Open link. Oh no. Scared. Alright. Good evening. I made a new donation bar for the World Senior. Just because you guys are very interested, I know. Let me put this Arsenal fan. We have to get right to Arsenal fan. Right to the mom. Study. Here. Okay. That's in. Alright, straight to the mom. So, back to where we were. Caro-Connix with black and okay. I like the structure better after knight takes d5. But admittedly, like, say you do knight takes d5 instead, right? Sorry. e6. Wait, what are we saying? I don't know what we're saying. No, I don't like knight takes d5 here. Your guy makes a sensible move. It's your turn. Okay. You take with the pawn, and then he's greedy and takes the pawn on d5. Greedy. Well, the pawn's not... Yeah, development is more important than grabbing pawns, but, you know, it really depends. Like, white's queen is misplaced, and his king's in the center. Your king's in the center, but you're going to get out more quickly. He doesn't have to take this pawn. b7 is clearly possible. He's probably not getting trapped anymore, but there are several problems. But I do think this should be considered. And I think that the problem is going to be like knight c6 and problems with this and this, you know. Not like trapping the queen necessarily, but other things. Objectively, white should probably bail out and be like, okay, I'm sorry, I played this crap, and play something sensible here. Like, for example, knight f3. Developing a piece, you know. Another possibility is d4, but I would lean toward knight f3, going for kingside development, but also preventing you from playing d4. Because d4 could be an issue down the line at some point. But he grabs his pawn. This is like, oh man. Dude, you're just... Best case scenario, you lost the initiative, right? Worst case scenario, you're going to get wiped. Now black takes on d5, but I don't know if you should take on d5 or not. You like sacking pawns. I've got that impression, Caro-Connix. It doesn't look like you're obligated to trade knights on d5. The other obvious move... Oh, there's a problem with queen e3. Queen e3, check. Queen e3 check is a move, but I don't know if it's even relevant, you know, honestly. I mean, like, say you play knight c6, okay? I don't know. You have very good compensation for the sacrificed pawn. If he takes the pawn on b7, it's going to get worse for him, not better. So, bishop e6 was for the calculation. Maybe, but the problem with bishop e6 is the math behind it. You know, you're not developing new pieces. You're moving the same. You acerbate. You know. Okay, I mean, in his defense, his queen is nice and centralized on d5. All I'm saying is, like, If you play this move, you might give him more ways to go wrong. I mean, okay, queen e3 check, that might be the issue. Maybe Arsenal fans variation has a relative in like this or something. This could be a problem, actually. That I don't love. Queen e3 check looks like a problem, actually. So maybe you did have to do that. I mean, Arsenal talks about this. I'm skeptical of, I'm definitely skeptical of the lack of development here. Queen takes b7, bishop b5 check. All right, so you take, but what's the big idea? It's basically, you know what this is? This is kind of crazy, but this is basically a Hennig-Schara gambit where White's pawn magically teleported from e3 to d2. So knight c6. You played queen e7 check. Now Alonso Zapata is going to freak out. I don't know if I should play queen e7 check. It feels like forced and unnatural to play queen e7 check. It's always best to play like natural moves. So I would think it would be knight c6 here. With a massive position for black. Queen e7 check has a problem. Karakhanix, that's not really normal, bro. You say you're still in prep at 13. This variation you'll never see again in your life. I mean, that's weird, but okay. I mean, that's a lot of memorization. I couldn't imagine how that's possible. There's more important things to study than this. This is already... You don't need to study beyond this. I mean, this is already like a massive position for black. You should like stop there in your home analysis or your course or whatever. And this... We don't need to waste time memorizing like moves after this, in my opinion. This is like clear advantage to black next. Let's put some focus on something like more important. To know this position, what happened in the game beyond this is like memorizing the dictionary or something, Not sure if that's a good use of your time, but queen e7 check looks unnatural because you're blocking your bishop on f8. It might be good, but this has got to be good. I'm sure this is good. I'm absolutely certain. You count arrows. Maybe the computer says this is better, but I'm satisfied with knight c6. And you don't need to win a pawn back to have a clear advantage here. So, queen e7 check. You don't need to checkmate and have a clear advantage here. Queen e7 check. Now, white played king d1. I mean, seriously? Nobody in the right mind plays king d1 or analyzes king d1. Okay? Knight e2 is very awkward because it blocks white up into a little box. It looks like he has to play bishop e2. I mean, I get that there's a problem, huh? So bishop e2, bishop c6. This is basically the tactical justification. Is there any way white can mitigate that with some bishop e5 check, some checks or something? Probably not, huh? So that's the secret point of queen e7. If that's the case, then maybe he does have to try knight e2. But this is really bad as well. Okay, so this is the secret point behind queen e7. I would have been satisfied to play knight c6. But this is like... I'd rather lose the exchange than put my king on d1. I mean, which is worse? Like, going here, queen e7 check, going here, walking into this, and like, losing an exchange or something? How much does white have to lose here, by the way? There's a check on c8. I guess that doesn't help us much, huh? Well, yeah, you can do that. Whatever. I mean, King D1 is worse than losing the exchange, I think. Yeah, Caro-Conics, but I mean, it's the best move based on 19 moves of Stockfish, which is not easy, you know. Memorizing moves doesn't impress me, you know. What I want to do is understand the position. Like, I know King D1 is a bad move. I don't need a course or memorizing moves or Stockfish to tell me that King D1 is a good move. It doesn't matter. Like, it's still lost. You know, this is lost. I mean, you're lost. It doesn't matter if it's the best move. They're all bad. You know. If I can make my thought clear. This is not an interesting variation. This is a lost position for white. Unless there's some way white can miraculously trade queens. You know, which I'm not expecting that can happen. Knight c6, bishop b5. Castle queenside, yeah. This is a totally lost position. This isn't even close. And it's a lost position because this is lost. It doesn't matter that you memorize more moves here. The only important thing is that you don't trade queens, and you're going to win this game. If you play efficiently, you don't trade queens. There's no way that white survives past move 25 under normal circumstances, I would say. Or suffers, like, major loss of material. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, but I can't believe that white can survive. Or even come close to surviving in this position with his king on d1. I mean, whether the computer says this is the best move or not, I guess still I would try. I guess I would still try knight e2. I don't know. It's really bad, though. They're all bad. Yeah. But, I mean, it's insane what white did. I mean, who takes this pawn on d5? You know, this is insane. It's insane. Okay, check, king d1, knight c6, bishop e5, castles, knight f3, and now bishop e6. So, again, rule number 1, do not trade queens. Queen e4, loses a queen. Queen g5, what he played. Queen g5, queen h5, queen b4. Bishop takes c6, trading off his only developed piece. B takes c. Rook e1, trying to get developed. Okay, good try. Now there's this. You have a draw if you want with bishop b3 check. That's good news, right? That's what you wanted to hear. Kaisa said, what about bishop e2, bishop c6, queen c4, bishop g2, queen c8 check, queen d8, bishop c4. Bishop c4 check. You mean bishop e5 check. You mean bishop e5 check. It's just not a big deal because I just go here, I guess. It's not going to change the... It's not going to change the evaluation of the position. Or something like whatever, you know. At the end of the day, black's going to be up whatever in exchange or something. So I think white loses in all lines there. Yeah, the guy just was lost. Castles, knight f3, knight c6. Now, it's a matter of finishing him off without trading queens. Here. Now you have bishop takes a2, by the way, which looks a little risky. Hello, Mad NPC. You played bishop c5, which, you know, develops a piece. But I'm curious here. If we win like an exchange, we should be winning. So you have queen a4 check. Why bishop c5 now? I'm sorry, but I'm not getting bishop c5. You just want to take the pawn on f2. But I guess everything's good. Like, black has many good moves here. So, it's just that bishop c5 is, like, not a very forcing move. I would assume you have much more forcing moves. Black has a million wins. I would think this wins. He has to play, I mean, you know, king e2, bishop c4 is suicide, so he has to play b3. And he has to give you this guy here. But there's a problem with these checks, I suppose. I don't know how serious this problem is. It does look a little messy, you know. I don't really want to trade off your late score bishop. And I agree you're not really developing. So bishop c5, preparing rook e8. The last piece. White doesn't have a plan. Now you did this, you win as queen. Yeah. So it's instructive. Morphy. Morphy-like. If Morphy played the Caro-Kann, he would play it like this. Alright, good game. But a real slaughter. I mean, you clearly need stronger opposition. Alright, so that guy, like, got wasted, but I mean, you know, I mean, this is not, this is a neat move, e6, but white needs to play sensibly after that, not, yeah, but queen b3 is, queen b3, this has been played by some very strong players. Queen b3, e6, if we turn on the engine, the best is to do what Kashian did in the Kitty tournament in the backyard. Bishop c4, bishop takes c4, queen c4, knight c6, and Kashian loses to a 2300. So white has managed to trade some pieces and is a pawn up, but black has compensation. That's the best that white can do. And I don't know if he was something better there. But okay, clearly Kashian knew that much. He plays tricky lines usually. He should have stuck to the Veresov against the little kid. But actually, seriously here, so e6 takes, bishop c4, b7 is insane, you know. That's not normal. Yeah, so this is the best that white can do. And he shouldn't have lost. By the way, do you hydrate enough? Ooh. Do I look dehydrated? I do. I sleep a lot too. But thanks for being concerned. We got a game from our director. Sire. That goes in the odd question of the day. Thank you for your concern. Learn, study. Speaking of hydrate, though, I wouldn't mind a little water, actually. I have coffee now, and I needed the coffee, but I could use some water now that you mention it. Thanks for reminding me. Add a new chapter, paste here. I have my water somewhere, just a minute. And we'll get back to Arsenal fan versus Miro on the edge. Where's my water? Ow. Alright. So Caro-Kann, that was a nice miniature. Clearly not a sharp player. Sharpest tool in the shed with white. So we have double Arsenal fans today. Double Arsenal fans. Thank God it's not another Caro-Kann. All right. So 3-minute chess. Wow. You know, Lyndon Johnson, I was just wondering where you were. Do you think Ars has what it takes for master status? Well, I do, but he's got to be, you know, determined, and I don't think he plays over the board, enough. I mean, with a family and responsibilities at the pub, I'm not sure I could get to master status if I had to redo it at this stage. Um, he has the potential, of course, but it would take you know, a lot of commitment. I think that if he played a lot more over the board chess, he could do it. But he would have to, like, triple the amount of over the board chess he plays or something like that. Because ultimately, you can get to be good at blitz online, but you're still, I have to beat like 20 FIDE Masters to gain 100 rating points. Say Arsenal is like, say he naturally reaches 2,000 UES, ECF, or whatever, okay, in the next whatever. I don't know what his max rating was. Let's just say Arsenal is, for argument's sake, 2,000 ECF. He might be a little lower than that. To gain 200 points to become an ECF master, or whatever the hell, he has to beat, like 50 dudes. It takes time. But anyway, nice to see you, Lyndon. Hope all is well. Do you approve of the UFC fight going out on at your White House, former White House? Okay, I agree. He has no chance. Arsenal fan versus Mirror on the Edge. This is a very high level 3-0 game. I love to go over 3-0 games. So Arsenal is white. Let me do from Miro's side, because this game was submitted by Man NPC. E4, E5, D4. I have a question about this, right? I had this idea. We take on D4, it's like forced, right? Queen takes D4, knight C6. Now, Queen C4 is like the Chinese variation, but the main line is Queen E3. But I was thinking, like, why don't people play G6 more? I played this the other day. I don't understand why more people don't play this. It just seems like G6 is an easy way to play. But anyway, that's just totally off subject. I mean, let's face it. This is Black's only, like, good move. D5. I always wondered about that. I don't trust it. You know that expression, I don't trust something as far as you can throw it? But this move, an old favorite of Tony Miles, not a move that is that good. You should definitely play pawn takes pawn. I guess the biggest fear here for Black isn't the center attack, right? Your biggest fear is the other shit, like Bishop C4, some crap. You know what I mean? That's what we're more concerned about. By the way, Knight F3, Knight F3, Knight C6. You know how a lot of people try to play the Scotch Gambit? But I mean, Bishop E4 check is a pretty good move here for Black. It makes you realize that the Scotch Gambit, as good an opening as it is, it's important what order of moves White plays it in, because this is probably not very good for White. Well, anyway, the best white has is to transpose to the Goring with c3 takes and like, you know, something like that. So not all Scotch gambits are created equal, is what I'm saying. Like, this is one thing. Like e4, e5, knight here, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, you know, d4, pawn takes pawn, castles or whatever. I mean, that's okay, that's fine. But if you played in this move order where you're doing like the center attack, or true Scotch gambit, so to speak, like takes, bishop c4, this is a good move for black. Looks like something Arsenal would play. Anyway, d4, knight c6, and now you have several good moves, right? Pawn takes pawn. I like pawn takes pawn. Look, you set out to destroy the center, and he didn't support it, and now you destroy the center. D takes c5. That's it. You know, best move. But Arsenal fan plays d5. My problem with this is that Arsenal fan is an e4 player, and we're going to get a queen pawn structure. So I think it's much more natural for the e4 players not to do this. You know, you're getting the white side of a King's Indian, basically. Maybe it's a good King's Indian, but still, you know, it's more of a King's Indian structure than an e4. Just from personal experience and being practical, I like this line better. After takes, by the way, knight takes e5. This is an important line. The main line is knight f3, which isn't very sexy, you know. But I kind of like f4. And another move that you can play is also, of course, knight to c3. Yeah, probably f4 is my favorite. I like that. But anyways, all right. So you go d5, black plays knight at c to e7, and now this is theoretically a good line too. But you're not, you know, you're not supposed to play c4. There's nothing terrible about c4, but you're really gone into a queen pawn game now. White's supposed to play knight f3 to attack the e5 pawn. If you play knight f3 attack the e5 pawn, you make black answer a question. Are you going to block your bishop on f8 in, or are you going to put your knight on a retarded square on g6? How is black supposed to defend this pawn on e5? You know, this is the question. This is a concession. I mean, so both of black's possible responses are concessions. The one move that I have a question about, though, that I have actually tried on occasion to play, is knight f6. I'm not sure if this is bad for some reason. Miles played it and lost to Horde. So I don't know if is this okay for black? How bad is it? Tarlev, that's a creative guy. He beat Kravtsev in 2007. Well, I mean, clearly knight c3 is nothing special, but I mean, okay, it just defers the decision till later. White's best move is knight takes c5. Okay, so this is refuted. Knight takes c5. That's funny. Kravtsev didn't know that and played knight c3 and lost. Knight takes e5. Knight takes e4. And so what's the point? Aha. Queen e2. Oh boy. Yeah, and you'd think, well, why can't I just play knight f6 here? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, d6? I've never looked at this. This is the best. Knight c4 with a subtle threat. Oh man, it just gets worse and worse. Queen c7. At least I have a flight square. Knight c3. Ugh. This is horrible. I can't watch. Alright, so anyway, the answer to that question. Knight f6 is not a legit move. I've played this in a bunch of blitz games, and tricked people, not knowing it isn't good. Okay, so it's not an option. And knight g6 is h4, and you've got a good position. Black has to play h5, but this is better for white. So I guess at the end of the day, you know, it makes you wonder, maybe d6 is our best move. And then Arsenal can go ahead and play, if he wants to play c4, go ahead and play c4. But you should probably throw in knight f3 first. Force black to make that commitment. So c4. Now I have more options. Now I have time to hit your e-pawn for real. My other knight can go back to g8. And, you know, I have time to get my bishop out to like b4 or c5. This is way better than the other variation. Here, that's stupid, you know. I mean, d6 just transposes, but you're also making an accuracy. So you should play knight g6 or knight f6. Why not knight f6? I guess it doesn't really matter that much. But it does give you the option to go back here. You know, which is serious. I'm serious. Knight c3. I think I tried this in a game. There's a problem, though. Isn't there with knight g8? Yeah, it's a little awkward. We have to go here. This isn't that bad, but what do we do? We still have to play h5. The problem is that h5 is always a concession. h5 is always going to be kind of unfavorable for black. I was thinking about knight g8. I had this. I played this in a blitz game. Yeah, and I think I don't think my opponent played f4. F4 is a killer. I mean, I played some crazy stuff, but this is really bad. Alright, anyways. d6, transpose. It's a reverse. It's a reverse Dunst opening, right? Bishop e3. That's fine. But knights before bishops. What happened to that rule? Arsenal. Where's our knights before bishops rule? Single digits, like weight-wise? Or... yeah. We don't get involved in personal details here. Why don't you do an investigation on Acerbate? If you're bored. Bishop e3, concretely planning on c5. I get it. That's the right break to play for. Yeah, he's out. And the suspicion is that he's alive. But he has no access to the internet, and he like doesn't have an iPad. That was what he claimed. I really thought he was like dead. But I don't think he's actually dead. I have reason to believe he's still alive. So if he's not dead, that takes out one major possibility. He's still registered. He has a new photo. And he doesn't look that bad. The funny thing is his new photo looks better than the last one from like February or whatever, or March. He came to my stream for 9 years. Alright, so Bishop e3. I'm beginning to think like he just doesn't have access to the internet. Bishop e3. And now g6. Well, I don't think that white can stop c5, at least not for long. So G6. Knight F6 is playable too. F5 is risky. And now you play B6, yeah. B6. There's an expression in English, right? The disease is, I mean, the cure is worse than the disease. How do you say that? Yeah, the cure is worse than the disease. So B6 is the cure. If B6 is the cure, maybe we shouldn't do it because it might just make things worse. I think I'd rather not play B6 and just accept that he's going to play C5. Because B6 like weakens our light squares. I mean, what are you going to do? You know, if he plays like B4, you can't stop it anyway. So ultimately you're just creating more weaknesses. I would think like bishop H6 makes some sense. Nona is down with bishop H6. She loves to do that. King F8, King G7, bail out. Bishop H6 is indicated here. And by the way, you don't have to play F5. You're playing the Nona here, here, and F6 with a dark square structure. And bishop H6 wouldn't be so good if it wasn't for the fact that Arsenal fan played bishop E3, so he spent a tempo on moving that bishop that you're trading off anyway. So this move like is justified by the fact that he already moved bishop E3. I'm not saying that black like equalizes. White still has a space advantage. But I do think that you should play it. Klinger here, who is a good player, I never met him personally. He was the same generation of friends with some of my Hungarian friends. He's an Austrian GM. He used to hang out with my friends. I know he was in that same generation. I think he plays poker too. Or used to. Bishop G7 though is like, yeah, it's a kind of modern King's Indian type thing. Well, I mean, this has potential. It's a good defender, and we're dissuading white maybe from thinking about F4. Yeah, but you see, after G4, white has a very good modern. Or C5, and I talked about this position. This position came up recently. Didn't I play this against one of you guys for the first time like a couple weeks ago? Not this exact position apparently. But anyways, alright, so knight c3, b6, bad move. b4, exactly what I was saying. You know, now a5 doesn't help you. More of the same, bad. I would still play bishop h6 here. Queen b3. So Arsenal plays queen b3. It looks like he's trying to consider the possibility of queenside castling. Ars could certainly play c5. I don't see any reason to wait. Now knight h6. Okay, with knight g4 and h3, obviously. f3 is also playable. It's the same-ish. Castles. Yeah, I mean, if White tries to do something like g4, then he's all over the place. But basically the question is now, what are you doing if black plays f5? Are you talking about the new picture of him with long beard? Oh, he's had the beard going on for a while, but there was like a couple pictures where he looked utterly like horrible and homeless, and he looks cleaned up in the latest picture. So he's had much worse pictures I've seen. I mean, he's had the beard for a long time, it looks like. But he looks a little better in the last picture for a dead guy, you know. Now, if he's in jail, does he put new pictures in the in the sex registry. Because I wouldn't think so, but what do I know? All right, bishop d3. Maybe he got incarcerated. Maybe he's in the mental hospital. I don't know. He looks pretty good for a guy in a mental hospital. Bishop d3. I'm just saying he's looked worse. I'm just glad he's alive. f5. What are we doing about f5? Compare that picture to the previous pictures, Bob. If you compare that picture to the previous pictures, I mean, he looked horrible in the last picture in like February when I was still doing lessons with him and stuff. That's all I'm saying. Like, compare his February 15th picture to the May 15th picture. Well, it's not just Twitch. He has no access to anything. I mean, he doesn't use email. He doesn't have access to Facebook. He doesn't answer on Discord. He doesn't, have internet at all. Although his account was once logged into. Did you, hack it or something? Was the one Acerbate login in, March? Was that April? Was that you, Bob? So anyway, how are we dealing with f5? Feingold says you have to always take on f5, but this is obviously kind of a tricky situation. Don't listen to Feingold. I agree. I don't like taking on f5 here. You wouldn't want to see what's going on with his account. What do you mean? Nothing's going on with his account. I mean, the dude, everything was fine back in February, and since then he logged in once. Nothing's gone on. He didn't play any games. But he did log in once, which is weird. Was that the FBI or what? Oh, you wouldn't want to hack his account. Oh, no. Oh, come on. I'm sure he just got a bad rap. I don't think he's, I don't think he's schizophrenic. I really don't. I'm not a licensed psychiatrist. I had the feeling that Acerbate was misdiagnosed when he was younger, to be honest. He's probably autistic, and in the 80s or whatever, when he had issues, they're saying he's schizophrenic, but I'm thinking it's just autism, something that they didn't understand in that time as well as they do today, because in my opinion he's strange, and he has a lot of very strange behaviors and stuff, but he's very smart, and he doesn't seem schizophrenic to me. He was very reliable. All right, so f5, knight on g to e2. f4, bishop d2. Yeah, let's not overanalyze this. Let's face it, it's a 3-0 game. a5 now. Don't like the fact that this a5 gets played. Can you take on a5, Ars? You have discoveries of that bishop on d2. I'm not sure it's going to do anything, but yeah, I would probably just take on a5. Since you can't play a3, take on a5. You want him to take with the pawn, so you have c5 whenever you want. If he takes with the rook, your bishop's on d2, and you can probably execute a4, a5 yourself later on. But you played a5, you missed f3 here. Well, but honestly, okay. Yeah, I guess. And maybe Arsenal's a genius. I guess f3 is fine, but I don't think it's necessary. What happened in the game takes is basically the same as he took on a5, you took with the rook. It's the same structure. Rook f7, a4, exactly. But you're not attacking, a castle king here. I like white. There's also this tactic with like c5 in some positions. I mean f3. Oh, you missed f3. Okay, okay. I didn't get it what you said. Yeah, I mean, I don't love a5. You should have played f3. Yeah, I agree. No, no, definitely. Definitely. No, now you have some counterplay. Yeah, it was a 3-0 game, though. Right? You guys played like a million 3-0 games? Rook f7, but rook f7 is a bit weird because it's like your knight's only square. So you're playing as rook f7, bishop f8, rook g7, like a king's Indian. Here, king h8, knight g8. But I mean, you know, you can't do g5, g4 with the guy's rook on h1. You're not threatening anything. I love the Korchnoi king d1 maneuver. But I have lost games like this to people, huh? Morales beat me in a game like this a couple weeks ago. And Arsenal got in this a5. And c5 doesn't work. Beautiful play by Ars. Sorry. I mean, I don't mean to take sides, but... You have a tactic with c5? Oh, no. You missed c5. It was hard to see that. I'm just kidding. Well, you never know. Maybe something crazy happens, like takes. And some sort of 95, but I don't think so. You missed it. Yeah, so Arsenal has to not play a5 right away. And prepare it somehow. Or just sack the pawn. He could just sack a pawn temporarily. But, okay, it's hard to break through here. White needs to play for c5. And it doesn't matter if you sack a pawn. It's like the Mike Massow poker folding thing, you know. I need a reason to fold. I need a reason to not play c5. Playing c5 is like calling an obvious bluff. Like, you have to do it unless you have a reason not to. I mean, there's no point in being like materialistic here. It's a doubled pawn. You think you have a sack with like bishop takes h3? Yeah, maybe. I think that Ars should be pretty liberal about playing c5. I mean, if that happens, you know, that's chaos. I mean, who knows what's going on after that. But if it happens, it happens. I'm not scared of that with white. I'm not sure I would even play it with black. I mean, maybe, again, the computer will say something like that, but I think Ars should go for c5. It's okay, fine. Now, yeah, you could sack here. Maybe this is what you're talking about. You're not obligated, but it's interesting, right? Takes. Take. Problem is, I don't know if it's enough. I mean, you know, you just gave up your good bishop. That's your good bishop, and you only get 2 pawns for it. And maybe your passed pawn is worth something. Can I look at rook g1, bishop takes h3? Yeah. Right away. Well, it's basically the same thing. I mean, nothing is changing about it dramatically. You have a passed pawn, but it looks like white is pretty well placed to stop that. I would be kind of skeptical of this. What's C different there? No mixing in Spanish. Alright, anyways. To me, it's unclear. I wouldn't do it. You know, I would need a better reason to play the sack. I mean, it looks like unclear at best. Italian, too, right? I'm not enthused. I mean, you have no light square control now. You only get 2 pawns. And I'm fine, you know, take his like bishop on d2, but unless you have something concrete, like you're coming in and getting his king, I mean, I'm not a huge believer in this. I mean, it might work. Look, like maybe you have some crazy ass shit like this and queen g5, but I can't imagine that white is worse. Let's see. It's zeros. Wow. This particular line is zeros. I gotta tell you, you know, I'll be honest with you. I would not have thought that. I would have thought, based on my years of experience and trying to evaluate positions in you know, quick 3-minute time controls, I would have thought white was better. That is a little bit surprising. I was expecting to see evaluation that was like half a pawn better for white, and instead it looks like it's actually, you know, more practically equal but better practical chances for black. But I wouldn't have done it. You know, I don't see the reason. It feels like panicking here a little bit, but maybe the truth is that you just don't. You've run out of other things to do. You know, I mean, this is the death knell is tolling on the queen side. I mean, it's coming, right? The c5, the knight b5, the attack against your back rank. Arsenal's gonna make progress. So, and your pieces are in the way. Like, your knight is in the way of your h pawn, so you can't affect a normal break here, right? And that's why, you know, if the stupid knight wasn't blocking your h pawn, you could naturally play h5, g4. But now your pieces are tangled up, and you don't have time to do, like... I mean, if you had time, of course, like rook g7, white just move back and forth, knight f7, sure, just move back and forth, h5. And then, yeah, I mean, clear. You have a very clear plan, right? But it's going to take, like, 3 tempi. Yeah, but it's a tough call, man. I mean, I wouldn't have sacked there. I would have tried to, you know... Here, you're like, okay, you're attacked, so you want to consider it. You still... played it safe, but now Arsenal has knight takes, and now you lost the pawn. And now if you take on h3, he just recaptures. There's some other shit too, like bishop takes h3, pawn takes h3, knight takes, rook g2, for example. You know, to keep an eye on the g5 pawn. It's complicated. But after knight takes c7, you did bishop a4 check. I think this is bad, because you gave up your good bishop and you didn't break up his queen side or king side, whatever side that is. Okay, his rook is tied down. It's a bad situation for that rook to be tied down. That's not great for white either. Black is like got this ridiculous knight on h6. So I think Arsenal kind of lost the thread here. It's actually a very tricky position to play. But I would think, you know, you might want to look to the light squares, huh? But I have no, like, say you go in here, black has queen a7, attacking that diagonal, although I'm not sure there's anything there, but there's also queen a2 check. So I don't know. It's not easy for either side to play here. White's better, but again, not easy to play. The computer wants to sack the pawn on g2. Okay. Yeah, this is a tough call. Because you sack that pawn on g2, and there goes the structure, and now f3 is weak. What is wrong with bishop a5? Well, I mean, nothing's wrong with it, but what does it do? You know? I mean, I'm afraid that he's going to get in here, but maybe it doesn't matter. I'm afraid that he's getting in. And it means like queen a7, queen in, queen f2, knight takes g2, etc. He starts chomping on your stuff when you drive his queen into f2. Now maybe you have a perpetual on this queen. Well, you don't after the following move. So what are you supposed to play now? You played rook b1. But I have a question. Why doesn't he start going in and like chomping on you? It's just like chomp chomp, you know, very simple. Takes here, and then I'm gonna chomp and take this and check here and take that. Rook b8, what does rook b8 do? What does it do? I don't understand what this does. What does this do? It's like super protected. f8's protected. I'm just chomping. I mean, it's gonna take you a few moves. Okay, maybe. I don't see like white having any direct threats yet. It might be necessary. Maybe c5. But this is time based. I mean, even if you get your queen in there, like queen e8, queen e6. Yeah, okay, then you would finally have a threat of maybe queen takes h6. I mean, black's got to eventually have some threats of his own, too. But anyways, alright. Rook b1. I gotta stop that. Rook b1 here. Queen e8 check. King g7. So now rook b8 threatening queen h8. Your bishop's hanging. And he escapes to g6. Okay. So you go back. And then that's ugly. And his king's snug as a bug in a proverbial rug. So this bishop, you know what the problem with white's position is? His stupid light square bishop. White's up a pawn, but you know, he has a bad bishop too. Without the c5 break, white doesn't have anything. Without the c5 break, white's not up a pawn, you know. But it looks like g2 is going to drop. Yeah, this is a weird recapture by black. I mean, you would think he would play bishop takes, securing that. He takes to the rook, but now d6 is... Oh, I see, knight f7. Very good, okay. Although there's still problems, but knight f7 has got to be better. Because you secure that. If c5 takes, d6, rook d7. Knight f7 also protecting this. Arsenal's got to get in c5. If you play it right away... Yes, Arnold. You have this. You have a passed pawn here, man. It's a 3-0 game. Who plays 3-0 games well? But the position is interesting. That's the important thing. Rook d7. Maybe this right away. Well, yeah, he has to take on c5. But I don't know, man. Looks like black might be... Ooh. Do you have this? He should have played knight f7, man. I mean, that's his problem piece. I think he's pretty much deep trouble now. This looks like lost. So this is a huge mistake. I mean, knight f7 is way better. And on c5 takes, maybe you can try something like weird. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. The computer, it wants to go, what? Oh my god, no way. This is impossible, dude. Only like Schumacher would have found this. Dude. Knight d4. Make your bishops great again. It looks like a Schumacher 5-minute game against me. White is winning after knight d4. This didn't happen. But anyway, it's instructive. So even that's not easy. If Arsenal gets this break in the end game, boom. And that looks really strong. Knight f7, but it's too late. Protected passer. Although I'm not sure you should necessarily push. You know, you have the option to play more fluidly with like bishop e5. Yeah, if you played that, I block and report. Sounds like, speaking of acerbate, c6 protected passer looks very good. So he got you, yeah. How can black? It's like move 40. You still didn't take the pawn on g2. Are you allergic? It's over. All right. Anyway, it was an instructive structural game. Arsenal's like king side, queen side break, whatever it is. It won in the end, you know. But I mean, how did black manage to never take the pawn on g2? I mean, how is that possible? The pawn's been hanging for like 17 moves. You know, so MPC played like kind of too defensively. Now we get to see Arsenal fan rematch. Or maybe we'll do something else first. To keep you guys entertained, we'll do something else first. I'm gonna show a game. Do I have the info on this? Let me see. Yeah, let's look at this Botvinnik game. I gotta force you guys to analyze real games. All right. Don't forget to subscribe and like, and hit the like button. Don't forget to donate. Lex Cross has followed. Dub Y has followed. I created a New World Senior 2026 donation bar, and I put in the previous donations for the now defunct Summer Tournament Fund. So the goal is 2,000, smaller than last year due to economic downturn. But this World Senior, it's this important tournament. I need your support. We're going in October to Serbia. Dr. Tripchance, are you not entertained? All right, so yes, that sounds familiar. Vyacheslav Rogozin against Botvinnik, but I want to check the date on this game. Where the hell is it? No, I don't want that. Tags? Okay, tags. Yeah, so 1940. Oh, it was a match they played. Unclear the circumstances of this match. Could have been like a playoff for the... It probably was just a training match or something. Botvinnik was way stronger than Rogozin. I love you. You love me. The gladiator. The gladiator. I love you too. I love you in a gay way. I'm happy. Alright. Panda's happy too. See? Alright. So we will hold off on the Arsenal fan part 2 until after we go through this Grandmaster League game. So Rogozin Botvinnik 1940 match. I think it was a training match because, you know, Botvinnik, it was 1940, okay, like World War II was on, the Soviets were hunkered down, whatever. He was still playing chess. Botvinnik was gonna become world champion in 1945. After Alyakhin died with a very decisive result. No one could know that. But I do wonder about this match, like, because I think Rogozin was actually like a trainer of one of Botvinnik's close friends. Maybe this was kind of a friendly training match. I'm not sure. But it's interesting that Botvinnik played the Grunfeld, because he played a lot of stuff. He played the Nimzo, primarily. Nimzo, Stonewall Dutch, kinds of Queen's Gambits. Obviously, he played Semi-Slav, even. D4, Knight f6, C4, G6, Knight C3, and then D5. Botvinnik didn't play that many games in the Grunfeld, but, you know, interesting thing, he wrote the greatest book ever on the Grunfeld, which was later published in English by RHM Press in the 70s. I don't know when that book was written, probably in the 60s. But I've looked at Botvinnik's games, and you know, Smyslov was playing the Grunfeld. Alekhine had played a few Grunfelds. The Grunfeld was like a relative of the King's Indian, you know, and was very much developed, I think, by the Soviet school in that family. But here's a move that's interesting. I think Capablanca actually played Bishop f4. But I'm not sure against Botvinnik. But I'm not sure. He might have played it on move 5. Bishop f4 is also played oftentimes after knight f3, bishop g7, bishop f4. But anyways, my point is, if you studied the Grunfeld, in that time, it was like 1940, right? People played the exchange variation. They played the Russian systems with knight f3. Very popular was like the Russian variation with queen b3. And they played like e3. And that's pretty much all you really see. Sometimes g3 systems. But bishop f4, for example, not a common move. Now black plays bishop g7. White plays e3. Rook c1 is modern. This is classic. Castles. And now rook c1. The best move on all counts, I guess. And what did Magnus here do? Do you guys remember a favorite game of mine? Maybe like 8 years ago. Van Velde had a game with Carlsen where he was like, he lost with white against Magnus. I think it was bishop e6. But I don't know if it's this. Yeah, there it is, see? I'm exactly right. It was 2016. 2016. That's about the time right after I started streaming. I don't think that move was like known, you know, in 1940. I mean, this is an outside the box move. You're putting your bishop on a square where it's like blocking your e pawn. Bishops before knights. So Botvinnik plays c5. That's the number one move, which is the idea of the Grunfeld. But what's the idea of white's setup, right? White's setup with bishop f4, rook c1. The idea of the Grunfeld is to do bishop g7, strafe the diagonal, counterattack the center, and use c5 to undermine white's center, particularly, obviously, at d4. But with this setup with bishop f4, e3, and rook c1, what is white doing, right? He's like evacuating the queenside before that can really have much effect. In a sense, it's kind of like a solid defensive way to react. We're bringing the bishop out. We're getting the rook to c1. We're off the diagonal, you know. Yes, our kingside development is lagging a little bit. But ultimately, you know, black can't really do any damage on the long diagonal here. Black plays c5 anyway. This is main line. And now what does white do? Black's starting c takes d, chipping away at white's center. And so, you know, moves like c takes d are possible, but I would imagine black would just ignore it and play c takes d4. C takes D, C takes D4. This would be really bad. Because if you take with the queen, I have knight takes D5. That's funny, right? But anyways, for example, is anybody still here? You guys got bored and you left. There's nobody here what wants to interact. It's like a live last lecture, and nobody wants to interact. Bob is bored out of his mind. Acerbate's not here. Arsenal fans waiting for his game. Just Dr. Tripchance is interested. Okay, fine. D takes C5, giving up the center. But white has frontal pressure here. The rook's on the C file. Why not? And so now bishop E6. Black has a bunch of different moves. I think I've seen this. There's a Magnus game from 04. Wow, 04. He was a baby. Ivan Sokolov beat him in 04. But this is main line now. Bishop E6. Knight F3 developing. Knight C6 developing. And now white to move. White to move. Bishop E2 turns out to be the main move. But you figure that's just like wasting a tempo. Almost. So what is white supposed to do? Rogozin protects. He protects his C4 with queen A4. You know, clearly the queen is like misplaced here. I just wanted to like mention the fact that Botvinnik won another like really devastating game in this line of the Grunfeld that's in his collection of 100 selected games, where he like just absolutely crushed white with like a rook sack. And I don't remember if that was Rogozin too. Arsenal fan, that's the point. The Grunfeld is the Catalan. It is the Catalan. They are the same opening. It is the Catalan. It's the reverse Catalan. It's a Catalan and tempo down. That's why you're here. That's why you're paying me the big money. Now you know. Look at the score now. White has a 1 out of 6 in this position. And the Dorian couldn't beat a 2300. Ripley couldn't beat Erno Garabin, who's actually a good player. Man, Erno Garabin against Ribizli. Ripley Zoltan, 1972, before I was born. Garabin, a guy who played with like, oh my god. He played with people that were like a million years old. And Ripley, who's still alive. That's incredible. What does black do now? And this is a secret move. Jeez. What is white supposed to do? Yeah, bishop e2. Knight g5. Okay, that's a move. Elianov versus Nepomniachtchi. We've seen this. I mean, knight g5 makes a lot of sense, right? But it looks like some people just ignore it and go queen a5 anyway. So that's an option. Or black can play bishop g4. But this is similar to what happened in the Carlsen... This is similar to what happened in the Carlsen Van Velde game. f3, e5. This is a sharp continuation. But I don't think this is new. Look, Ivan Sokolov, Avruk, 1999. I had a book by Lalich on the Grunfeld that he wrote around 2000. 99 or 2000. This was definitely in there. So this is considered to be, or used to be considered to be like a line. But it looks like bishop e2 is better. And now what does black do? If black takes on c4, now white plays knight to g5. Interesting. Alright, so white goes queen a4, king still in the center, knight e4, and then that's the diagonal thing, right? Hoping that white takes. We're hoping that white takes. This is what happened in 2300 versus Adorian. There's a guy rated 2575 who lost in 2012 to Hundyuk, a Polish IM. D takes e4. Oh my god. Rook d1. Whoa, dude. This doesn't look right. So Jurkovic just played bishop d7. This guy played queen a5 check, traded queens. And white went on to lose. White has lost the initiative. Let's see, knight takes e6, bishop c3 check, oops, king e2, f takes e6, and 2575. I don't know that guy, but he might be overrated. Anyway, knight e4 here. And now this gets interesting. So Garabin, who, by the way, was originally named he had a German, a Jewish name, Grunfeld. Erno Garabin was a Hungarian Jew, and so he changed his name when the Nazi shit started. He changed his name from Grunfeld, not to be confused with Ernst Grunfeld, very confusing. He changed his name from Grunfeld to Garabin to sound Hungarian, because Garabin is a Hungarian sounding name. He didn't want to be labeled a Jew, so I guess he avoided being picked up by the Hungarian Nazis, and survived, obviously, till 1972. Not a lot of, Hungarian Jews managed to do that, sadly. Bishop e2. Bishop takes c3 check now by Botvinnik. And neither of the other players did that. Check this move out. So, Igor Zugic, Canadian, Serbian, IM, played knight takes c5 here? No, Ribley played knight takes c5. He didn't know the Botvinnik game. Ribley played knight takes c5, which is okay. And interestingly, Zugic, he won a game with knight takes c3, b takes c3, queen a5. How is the evaluation here? It's totally okay for white. But dude, check this move out. Botvinnik outside of the box. This is a Nimzo player playing this move. You know what I mean? That's the kind of move like Gingy would play. Because he plays the Nimzo. The great thing about playing different kind of openings is that it gives you a different perspective. So, wow. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. Yeah. So bishop takes c3. Giving up bishop for knight in this position. Yeah, but you know what? If you want to win, one of the best ways to win is to create imbalance. And giving up bishop for knight, in my opinion, is one of the ways that many people overlook. Dogmatic thinkers who are like, oh, bishops are better than knights. If you want to beat a weaker player, this is a great move. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, d takes c4. So now we're looking at a position where, what role does that dark square bishop play? What exactly is it? You know, is it a pawn? Is it good? I mean, is it going to really have any value in the long term? Just check out white's structure. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Just isolated pawns. So I like this. Knight d4. Black, I mean, white doesn't want to just play along and do bishop takes c4. Well, there's some tactical problems with knight takes c5, obviously. So here, 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 and now bishop h6. But again, this is not an easy win for Botvinnik, this game. This bishop is, he's like the missing link. I mean, he just doesn't really, he's a Neanderthal. Rook e8, castles, e5. And now I'm expecting knight takes c6. I just want to mention the fact that black has queen h4. At any moment, that could happen. Trapping that bishop on h6. So there's a probable reason, one of the reasons why white plays knight f3 now, because he doesn't like the idea of queen h4 happening. Knight takes c5, queen b5, and now b6. This is scary. Rook fd1, a6, queen b1, b5. Oh no. Oh no. And now we have this little, the island of Tahiti on the queen side. Is this bishop a good piece on g5? Bishop g5. Obviously f6, bishop takes f6, we can't do that. So Botvinnik had to carefully calculate, there's no tactics here. I would think like queen d6. Why would he play queen d7 versus queen d6? I mean, maybe it doesn't make a big difference. Maybe it's because the queen is protected on d7. Ultimately, it doesn't matter that much. But, yeah. Dr. Tripchan's right. So, if I put the queen on d7, this is a move, right? You could never do that with the queen on d6. But with the queen on d7, we can play bishop e4. And after rook takes, maybe bishop takes b1. I don't know. Now white's desperate. He plays a4. Which is a nice idea. I mean, knight takes and e4. So he's fighting back. But e4, oh my god. Oh my god. That's game over, right? But a takes b, attacking the knight. A takes b. And now, you like, queen takes b5, no? But there's maybe a problem. Queen takes b5, pawn takes f3. Queen takes b5, pawn takes f3. Queen takes c5. Pawn takes e2. Oh my god. Queen takes b5, pawn takes f3. Queen takes c5. Pawn takes e2. Rook takes d5. And beat goes on. But I was thinking maybe rook a5. Does rook a5 like kill white if you take this pawn? Is that, my question is that game over? Yeah. Okay. So he had to go here. And actually, this looks like a pretty good move because he's still on b5. So black could plonk this knight in on d3, but we're going to lose our b5 pawn. So this is where it gets surprising, right? Knight takes d4. And Botvinnik, it's just like, he just says everything calculated out. You know, it's not just strategically good, it's like positionally good. Rook takes, knight e6. Camel, we gotta come up with a new name for you. Camel subscribed. 13 months. Yeah. Take the Caro-Kann hit points. Botvinnik calculating and outplaying white, like strategically. It's not comp for the exchange, but it's like a chance to survive another 15, 20 moves. But okay, no. He has to take with the pawn. And then here, I mean, I guess there's more than one way to kill the wounded wildebeest. But I think this is more calculation based than anything. I'm so tempted to stick my knight on d3. I mean, black has to have a huge advantage here. But maybe white can just kind of survive? I don't know, isn't this a threat? Doesn't white have to take it? Can he possibly survive for very long here? There's not a long queue. Just Arsenal fan. Oh, I got 2 games ahead of you. We can always cancel Arsenal fan. No, there's not a lot of games, Camel Culture. You're welcome to send me a game. Well, knight f2 or queen f5. Okay, knight f2 is a threat. But I'm just saying, like, isn't this like over? I mean, shouldn't this be over? Is there anything to see here? You know what I mean? I have the feeling no, right? It's totally over. So, maybe it doesn't matter, though, objectively. I mean, what black's space advantage is so big after knight takes d4, e takes d4. His space advantage is so crushing that it doesn't matter if he goes to d3 or the text move. But, okay, objectively, white's only defense is what, like rook c2? And then you have, like you said, knight takes f2. Maybe it's not so ironclad. King takes f2, queen f5, check. King g1, queen takes g5. b5's hanging, although I have a bad feeling about this. I think the truth is, like, white's probably busted in all positions. So he goes here. I mean, this is rook a1. Ugh, this is horrible. So white sacks the exchange, Arsenal fan style. Queen c2 for the dark square bishop. Chance, you know. Knight c1, queen c1. Maybe Botvinnik will let me mate him. If bishop f6, queen f5. Nothing to see here, folks. Just move along. Queen e3. Yeah, so now it gets to be a little tentacle. He's blockaded. We're going to need b4. This is the win. The queen side. But my favorite move of the game was bishop takes c3. White has to play on. But he'll never survive against a player like this. Very nice. So what do we do now? He has to take. We push. Crushing passer. Rook c1, c2. F3, total desperation. You got to give the guy credit for trying, for crying. And then FE4, bishop takes E4, D5, he's still trying. Chess Riddler would be proud. And then the surprising queen D6 check, bishop F4, and then eats another pawn. The thing about Botvinnik, you get like a Mr. Spock kind of feel from his play, you know? Don't you? It's just calculated and not like emotional. Calculation and strategy, both, you know. But like you mentioned, or someone mentioned last week, I suppose if he got in time pressure, like shit could hit the fan. Not a blitz player. Like yours truly. Bishop e6, king h8, d6, rook c1, queen c1, queen d4. Yeah, I mean, I put this game in because I wanted to do some analysis of this game, and I hadn't gotten to it yet. I had only like briefly gone over it. It's not. I don't believe this game is in Botvinnik's 100 selected. Bishop c6, and now h5, and black wins. Well, I guess they reached the time control, and it was a training match, so Rogozin just said, fuck it, I resign. Any news on Asterbait? Well, the latest from the photo was that he's alive, but I don't know. We think he's alive. That's the best I can do. No other news. All right, Camel Culture, May, June. Ugly game. Copy, learn, study, paste. My studies. I'm so good with copy and paste. All right, like copy and paste pro. Yeah, we suspect that Asterbait is alive, but as to why he's not here, I'm afraid to like investigate. I don't want to know. I could like call his like former landlord and try to, hi, I'm Asterbait's former chess coach. Can you tell me if he's in jail or dead? Or I feel very awkward about that. All right, so Herman Moss. Arsenal fan versus Sparkle Horse. Let's see what it's like to be Arsenal fan and trying to beat a really shitty player. So Arsenal sent in this game he played against me. When was this from? This is from last week. This is a Sozin. Okay, yeah, you said the Sozin. Oh, the Emery Tate Sozin. Oh, shit. Was this the epic Emery Tate Udasin game? That was played before Camel Culture was born. In 1997, Camel Culture, I was in Chicago. And, well, I was, at the time, I was like 25 and a FIDE master, I guess. And I was playing in U.S. Masters. I threw it away recently, but I had a big cup, a big trophy, that I sadly had to throw away all my trophies because I had no way to like bring them to Europe and no one to like give them to. It was really sad. I had like a bonfire at the dump and like threw away all my trophies. Yeah, I had this big cup that was from the from the U.S. Masters. Maybe, I think I did. I won the under 2400 section. Something like that. I got a good prize. I don't know. A few hundred, $500 or something. For winning the under 2400 U.S. Masters. It was Chicago, 1997. But when I was there, Tate beat Udasin, who had declined, but I mean he had been a world contender. He had been a candidate at one point, and later he was kind of crazy. He is kind of crazy, but it's like two crazies playing each other. Emery Tate versus Yudasin, but it was Tate's like favorite game of all time. He crushed Yudasin in the Sicilian, and I could never remember like what variation it was. I thought it was like a Curies attack or something. But it turns out that I think this is the game that follows the variation that Arsenal fan played against me in this game, where Tate was white against Leonid in that Chicago tournament. I think chess, yeah, it's both. It draws crazy people, but it also makes normal people crazy. It's chicken and egg kind of thing. Yudasin is really weird, but I like him. He's a nice guy. I tell you the story about the time that I played him in the last round of the World Open. It was later. It was like 2000. I played him in the last round of the World Open, and if we win, we tie for first. Unless like somebody miraculously gets 7.5, which was unlikely. And I'm black, and the last time this happened to me, like my Grandmaster opponent, it happened once before. It happened with me against Kashishvili once. Kashishvili was like pissed, you know. We drew, and like neither of us could win a big prize. We almost tied for first in the World Open. Could win like, I don't know, 5 or 8 grand or something. But we drew. You know, Kashishvili's like pissed. You know, he's like a normal Grandmaster. He's pissed. I get like a class prize, and he gets like very little or nothing for 6.5 out of 9. Other people will tie for first with 7. Then the same thing happens like a few years later against Yudasin. We're playing in the last round. I'm black in this case, and the thing about Yudasin that's really fucked up is, you know, he doesn't like collude or try to cheat. He's very honest, but unlike most Grandmasters, when you draw in the last round in a tournament with the guy where there's like 5 grand on the line, and you just cost each other $5,000, Yudasin's like smiling and happy, and he's laughing, and he's like, "Would you like to go analyze the game?" "Oh yes, let's go analyze the game." He doesn't care. He's like, most GMs would be like pissed, you know, wouldn't want to talk to you. Leonid's like, "Oh yes, let's go analyze the game. It was very interesting." You know, the guy just loves chess. It's like, it's crazy. Like, most people aren't like that. You know, they're playing chess because they have to. You know, it's like he just lost out on $5,000, and so did I. But I mean, it was just funny. You know, he's a really, really interesting person. Definitely really weird. At one point, I think he tried to become like a Hindu or something, and then he changed and went back to being like a Jew, and then he changed to become like an Orthodox Jew. So I don't know. He's like all confused. Alright, anyway, that's the backstory. But I'm black, and I'm Arsenal fan in this game, and we're gonna see how Emery Tate played against Yudasin. This was Emery's favorite game. He used to run around showing it all the time. D4, C takes D4, knight takes D4, knight F6, knight C3, A6. So I'm playing the Najdorf. And actually, I don't know what Yudasin expected, but like, for example, Tate once played Queen F3, and Defermian started laughing at him. You know, he made faces and started laughing at him and played like G6. So Tate liked to play the Sozin, but not necessarily against the Najdorf. You know, he was kind of a joke to a lot of strong Grandmasters. But he was dangerous, so you had to be careful. You know, he could lose in 12 moves, or he could like beat a strong Grandmaster. You never know. He played Bishop C4. Okay, this is Arsenal fan, not Emery Tate, but that's the funny backstory to the game. E6, Arsenal plays Bishop B3, and I normally, with white, have played this a lot of times. But I always go for normal lines with castles kingside. So I'm playing the black side of the Najdorf, and I don't normally play the black side of the Najdorf. So my knowledge is limited, but I would probably normally play B5 here. A lot of people make the mistake of playing Bishop E7, and that allows G4, which is good for white. So black black could transpose to the Scheveningen or classical Sicilian with knight c6. But usually, I think this one kid once played queen c7 against me. I didn't know what to do. I lost that game. Usually, I would play b5, and when I was white, I would face either b5 or knight on bd7. Those are the two lines, right? So I played knight b7 against you, Arsenal fan, but I'll be honest, this is probably one of my first games in my life ever playing this move for black. I have played this position many times with white, and in fact, I even spent hours studying this opening with a friend of mine back in the 2000s, but I never studied this position from the black side. But I don't know, we were playing the other day, I just decided to throw it out there because my brain fog was acting up. I don't know, the last time I had this position on the board was in the US Championship with white against John Fedorovich or something, where I drew back 20 years ago. I don't even know if I've had the Sozin with knight on bd7 consequently. Maybe one, I don't know. But this is new to me. You know, I didn't know this was even a move. And then you look at the database, and there's some games here and there, right? Sachs, Jula, 1996. But the one that stands out the most is this. The oldest game is 2001, the Cuban Ricardo Leyva against Bruzan. There must be older games. Well, obviously, yeah. That's not the oldest, I'm sorry. So the oldest is Sachs. Sachs died tragically 10 years ago. He was relatively young, in his late 50s. Good question whether Tate knew this, game. Tate used to claim that he did all his analysis in the woodshed or whatever. And Tate had a... I mean, I don't know how the guy studied. I didn't think of him as using computers. He probably had access to Chess Informant or something. He could have seen this Sachs game from 1996. But anyways, so black's playing is typically knight c5. I play knight c5, and now Arsenal fan, but basically the rule is this: you don't play the Velimirovich against the Najdorf. You play the Velimirovich against the classical or Scheveningen. And Emery Tate, again, was a huge fan of Velimirovich. In fact, he loved Tao. He loved these players who were sacrificial style guys. So Emery did study, but I don't think he was memorizing chess base or something. But it's looking like something Velimirovich would do. But do you see any Velimirovich games in the opening Explorer? No. So I think Velimirovich generally didn't try to play the Velimirovich against the Najdorf. But maybe Sachs is a good player. Open Sicilian, very strong in Open Sicilian with white. Original, attacking player, sharp positions. Anyways, so here bishop g5 is a move. Obviously with white trying to castle queenside. But Arsenal fan plays g4. Now I have no idea what I'm doing. I just encountered the position for the first time, and I'm black. And I've never played this. So I'm on my own. I considered h6 for a pretty long time at this point, because normally you don't want to play h6 as black in the Sicilian. You weaken your kingside in the long run. But h6 would delay, white's, h4, g5, because he'd have to take time to defend his rook on h1 or move it in order to play h4, g5. So this is the type of position where h6 should be seriously considered. So I thought about it for a while, and then I thought, well, what if I, allow g5, or maybe, as I've done in the classical, I can also consider dropping back knight fd7, but I could also play b5, g5, b4, which I've done in a number of games. And, oddly enough, Arsenal fan, I didn't really think of this at the time. Position could be a little bit similar to an actual Velimirovich if you transpose the position so this knight is on a5 instead of being on c5. Then it could be from a normal classical Velimirovich. And so there might be variations where you're like doing knight takes b3. It could transpose to a normal classical variation. Just the knight came from a different place, a5 or c5. In most of those lines, I would have put my queen on c7 though, let's say. So anyway, b5, and when you went g5 now, I was considering playing b4. And I had a very similar game against Alexander Ivanov many years ago, but again, my queen was probably on c7. And against Alex, when he did g5, I did b4. But here, it might be, that was with my knight on a5, but here it might even be better, because this knight covers a4. And so in my game with Ivanov, it was like queen on c7, knight on a5. He goes g5, I play b4. He takes on f6, I take on c3. But when I went g5, and when he went g5 and I went b4, he didn't take on f6 right away. He has like this in-between move, like bishop a4 check. So one cool thing about this position is if we do this, you don't have this, in-between move, bishop a4 check, that would be possible in my game with Alexander Ivanov when I was black, because my knight's on c5, not on a5. So that's what happened in that game, something like quite similar. But anyway, it's a blitz game, and I didn't know if I should play b4 or just knight fd7, so I just kind of wasn't sure. I decided that this was like less complicated, so I'll do it that way. But I think the computer actually likes b4. So if you're Alonso Zapata or something, some kind of attacking player, Tate, whoever. I mean, knight d5 type sacrifices are in there. Knight a4 is a normal move, but I can grab this pawn on e4. So if you play knight a4, I can play knight to c4, and I'm good. This looks very good for us. So anyway, that's happened in a few games. I erred on the side of caution, as did Yudasin. Now check it out. Look at the opening explorer. 1996. There's actually a Rigo game, and that's funny. That game by my old organizer friend Rigo Janos, played in 1996, could have been anywhere. I mean, it could have been here. It could have been in Vienna. Like, that guy played with me in the under 2400 section of Vienna Open 1996. Balyanov was there. He was one of the top players in the group. I didn't know Rigo at that time. I am not sure. But more likely that game was probably played in Hungary, some GM tournament or something. But anyway, so that's the first game where it was played, which is interesting, right? You got Sachs and then Rigo. Coincidence? Two Hungarians are the first two people to play this line with white. Maybe not a coincidence, And then Tate in 1997. Now, this is where we have the backstory connection to Yudasin Tate. Arsenal fan here played, I think, a very natural move, f4. And it's only been played in one game. And that's got to be a correspondence game. Correspondence fan, Richie. But, because Black is a 2694, I never heard of. Alright, correspondence fan, Richie. Let's just say that Emery Tate and Arsenal fan aren't going to play like A3. That was played by two guys. Rip. You can't play like, safe on the white side of Velimirovic or whatever this is against Istrichescu. There's a guy that went down in flames. Another guy, another correspondence game. No, A3 is not an option. So, and F3 is lame. Rigo played F3 and he managed to beat the Belyanov guy. But I think that F3 is lame. But what Tate did is crazy, right? So Tate, who's really insane, plays Bishop D5 against Yudasin. And Brian Smith would later repeat this against Justin Sarkar in 2004, when I have no idea if that's coincidence or he knew Tate's game. Tate used to go around showing his favorite game, so he probably had shown this to a lot of people. They could have even known it, but whatever. Tazik, welcome back. So anyway, here's how Yudasin lost to Emery Tate in the U.S. Masters in 1997. Tate loves to create chaos, so he plays this crazy move, right? Bishop D5. And it later is played by a guy who lost to Kovacevic, and later is played by crazy Brian Smith, but the Alaskan MAGA supporter. But seriously, who didn't take the bishop on D5? He didn't take. Right, because you're playing Emery Tate and he's insane. And you know that if you just wait for him to do something crazy, he'll implode. So I'm sure that Yudasin didn't play Bishop B7 quickly, He was a candidate for the World Championship. A very strong player, although he was no longer in his former level. He had gone down to normal Grandmaster level by this point because of his weirdness. And, now he's just an ordinary 2600, no longer candidate for World Championship, whatever. But still, you're playing a crazy maniac. It makes sense to not take. Why give Tate some kind of crazy tactical chances? So he figured he was safer just playing Bishop B7. But let's see how Yudasin lost, right? I'm really curious because I don't remember. Bishop takes B7. Now this is obviously suboptimal for Black to have a fianchetto knight on B7. So what does Tate do? He doesn't go crazy on the king side. He plays A4. Interesting. And now Yudasin could have played B4. He decides to play B takes A4. So it's positional. Rook takes. Knight on BC5. Rook A3, of course, lateral, right? Queen B6. Castle's king side. Bishop E7. King H1. Castles. So Black seems safe. But then Tate became Velimirovic. B4. Right? You see the double knight sacrifices that are just waiting to be played here. So Yudasin at this point is probably getting in time pressure. Realizes he has a problem. And if queen takes B4, knight C6 just wins a piece. Game over. I think. I mean, you'd have to consider it. Takes, knight C6, queen B7, knight takes check. Here, we could trap the knight on E7, but come on. Realistically. So, he has to go here. Knight a4. Lucky that he has that. And now Tate has knight f5. E takes f5. Knight d5. Defending b4. Attacking the queen. Attacking e7. Queen d8. And then, you know, Emery, who, of course, a big fan of Elimirovich, this is right up his alley, beating a former world championship candidate. E takes f5. And now, obviously, this is a question. So what happens if bishop takes g5? I mean, I honestly, I can't see there being another option here. I mean, how can you not take on g5? If you don't take on g5, it looks like you're a dead man. So he doesn't take on g5, he plays rook e8. But let's take a look at the engine. Shit. Bishop takes g5 was necessary. It was the best move. And Yudasin is alive. Wow. Bishop g5. Necessary. Again, Yudasin shies away from the sharper line. Take, rook g1, queen h6. Takes, rook g1, queen h6, rook takes a4, knight s6, and black lives. He lives. So this was really important. He again was like hesitant against Tate, played rook e8, and now queen h5. But this is a problem. Because he keeps the g-pawn. So, yeah, I mean, Yudasin tried to keep the material. Oh my god. Knight a b6. Rook h3. Knight f8. f6. Knight takes d5. F takes g7. King takes g7. And we reach move 25. So the database drops out at that point. Obviously, bishop b2 check. And I guess that's it. I don't know, maybe Yudasin resigned, but I think move 25. Yeah, it's bishop b2 check. Game over. Check this out, though. Because I was expecting queen h6, it's winning. But Emery probably showed this to everybody in the world. He has g6. Oh my god. Poor Yudasin. He'll be remembered forever for losing this game. Bishop f6, pawn takes f7 check, king g7, rook g1 check, knight g6, queen takes h7 check, king f8, mate in 8. Tate's like, mate in 8. Yudasin, mate in 8. Alright, anyway, so that's the backstory. The greatest Emery Tate brilliancy of all time is the backstory to my game with Arsenal Fan. But Arsenal Fan went off the path with the correspondence database and f4. Not playing the Emery Tate bishop d5. By the way, if you play bishop d5, I will take it. I am not going to follow Yudasin's example. We go with Kovacevic here. By the way, pawn takes knight c6. This is very crazy. Queen b6. E takes d5 with positional compensation, obviously. Classic sacrifice, knight e5, and white has f4. And the strange thing about this position, right? I think this is quite strange. 2 games. You know, Brian Smith, nothing special, especially back in 2004. But another guy just at 2200. How did both of these guys not play f4 here? You know? I mean, isn't that kind of weird? Like, the obvious move. But how did they both not play knight f4, winning the piece back? I mean, this is the obvious, clear move. I guess they were afraid of bishop g4. So it's like an optical illusion. After bishop g4, queen e3. This is actually really crazy. b4, knight d1, and the beat just goes on. Black has to get the piece back. But I mean, at the end of the day, the moral of the story is, you know, if Leonid had taken the piece, he probably wouldn't have lost. He lost to Tate because he was afraid of his reputation, and, you know, he thought he could just, like, win by playing safe. Yeah, sometimes you have to wrestle with the pigs. That's what Camel said. That's what Camel said. He had to wrestle with the pigs, get a little dirty here. He didn't want to get dirty. Okay. So anyways, back to our game. F4. And this is where there's a correspondence game out of the blue. This is really weird, right? It must be some other move order. There's a 2694 player. What is he, like, fucking correspondence world champion? 2694 player? That's a high correspondence rating. Played b4. Knight d1. But I thought this was, like, playable. Knight d1. I mean, there's also this, right? You could still do knight d5. Come on, it's very unclear. Correspondence player doesn't do it, right? But anyway, okay, I didn't want to risk b4. I wanted to play more principally, so bishop b7. And now Arsenal played f5. And yeah, I mean, I was afraid of that. But what am I going to do? You know, I'm like, oh shit, he's going to play f5. And, you know, usually in the Sozin, this is a very dangerous spot. I like to keep the tension when I'm black. But I think at this point, we sort of don't have a choice. We really don't have a choice. I was actually really concerned, and I mentioned it during the game, that this is Esserman likes to do that. I did this once against this guy, Chris Desmarais. He's a master. He was an NM. I haven't seen him for a while, but he used to come on my stream under the account Mozart, Moats art. He hasn't been around for a while. He came and we hung out in Budapest and got kind of drunk a couple years ago. He was going to a Hungarian dentist, and then looked me up here. I don't know what happened to him though. He's been gone. Anyway, I beat him real nicely with one of these knight e6s. I know Esserman loves that too. Esserman has a famous game against somebody, probably in a Smith Mora he used to show off. But I also have used this, and that's what I thought. I was scared that maybe Ars would have this. It is, as Camel Culture says, thematic, right? I'm trying to remember now what my intent was if this, you know, had been played. Well, I mean, I think it's clear that I'm taking. I mean, theoretically, you could play another move like Queen e7, but that drops the exchange. So I think you have to take, and then White takes with the pawn. And I'm not sure if I had, you know, I don't think I had even decided what I was going to do. The engine likes black, but I am not happy here. And I don't think Leonid would be happy either. You know, like, it's scary looking. The computer says that black is better after knight b6, but it's scary. Yeah, I mean, it is scary. It's thematic. Oh, queen h5 check. Right away. That's scary too. Is that good? Maybe that's good. It's not good, wow. Well, if this was Emery Tate, like, analyzing in the bar at the hotel, black would be, like, -5 here. You know, but talk is cheap, and the computer says that black is better after king e7. But again, I'd be shitting bricks in any game here with black. Like, Black is in a very scary place, you know. One mistake against Mikhail Tal or whoever and you're dead, you know. It's easy for the computer to say black is plus 1.5, but there's probably 17 ways to lose for black here. On the plus side, white's given up material, and you know he has a limited amount of stuff to throw at black. So whatever. So the game was f5. I decided to play e5. Ars didn't try to take anything for granted. You know, even g6 has to be considered, but there's a little problem there with queen h4. So knight f3, solid move, right? And now I took. He opens the A file. You know, you're always welcome to do this too. It's possible that this can sometimes be better, but usually it's better to take with the A pawn, of course, to open the A file. But, you know, sometimes when you castle queenside, it's actually superior to do it the other way. So if you're, like, planning on castling queenside, you might consider taking with the C pawn. From defensive perspective, oftentimes, you know, if your bishop moves and you castle queenside, you play king b1, that's actually better for your king. Yeah, exactly. So, AB, and now I want to play b4 before white can reestablish control of d5. And I thought I was better here. But this is a really interesting position where I think that we maybe both misevaluated. I thought I was okay after b4, but apparently not. So I can't emphasize this enough, guys, with poker, with chess, but it's like patience is the single most important thing. Obviously that doesn't apply in like bullet and stuff, and that's why I hate bullet. But here I thought like I have to do something quick, you know, and actually knight d5 is a big problem. So b4 is a mistake. I misevaluated this position. I thought after b4, knight d5, I was fine. But it turns out that I'm not fine. White's like space here and control of the white squares is, I mean, it looks like white's like overextended, but there's nothing I can do. There's like nothing I can do. He has this nasty threat of knight d4 too. Trash compactor. Well, the true trash compactor, he needs to get c4, c5. This is like just a embryonic stage trash compactor. Although the kingside there's a kind of trash compactor. Yeah. Kingside trash compactor less common. I mean, this is the standard trash compactor over on the queenside. But yeah, so that was a misevaluation. I should have done something else. I don't know, maybe like knight b6. And that's where my like lack of Najdorf-ness really kind of comes in. Like I don't know when I'm supposed to play knight b6 because I'm like not a Najdorf player. You know, I never put my knights on b6 in the Sicilian. So anyway, b4 was a mistake. He should have played knight d5 with an edge. I think, you know, if Arsenal had seen it like, oh yeah, knight d4, he would have gone for it. It goes there. Now I'm okay. And now we have thematic, like, Najdorf breakout type themes. If this happens, you know, white's dead. I know, knight b6, bishop b3. But that's another kettle of fish, right? If I play knight b6 and you go bishop e3, you don't really want to take that, you know, because the dark square bishop is kind of your best piece, you know. So if this happens, if the shit comes down like this, well, that's a different story, you know. Dr. Nunn knows whether this is good or not, but I don't, you know. All right, so b4, knight a4, rook c8, kind of standard move. And I felt like everything was okay now, though I have a really shitty bishop on f8. I'm hoping to be able to play d5. Arsenal plays c3. But I have a question. Okay, this happened to one of my opponents, like in the spring in the Dragon. He got his knight stuck on a4. And now that I think about it, I realize that that's a concern. if you play like c4, for example, what if your knight never moves again? You know what I mean? That's a problem. So actually, Arsenal fan chipping away with c3 makes a lot of sense. He doesn't want his knight to get shut out for the rest of its natural life. But this was a fun game. I played d5, and I got my Najdorf going on. You know, this is beautiful because I hit b4, and I get the bishop. Loving the long diagonal there. Yeah, that was the game where I was training the guy's knight on a4. Exactly. Exactly. Like 3 months ago, 2 months ago. E takes d5, bishop takes d5, and that is the bishop from hell. So, you know, at this point now, I'm expecting Arsenal to take on e5. And I guess I was okay with that. You know, knight takes c5. Wonder if I could win material with just like queen e7. I was intending to take and trade queens with queen e7. It's possible queen e7 is strong. Let's check. No, you've got enough resources. Amazing. Knight takes, queen takes e2 check, king takes, bishop takes h1, and white has compensation. You have compensation down the exchange, but I thought it was safer to just trade first. But it turns out it's better to play queen e7. Yeah, so this was actually a good move for you. I think you should have taken on e5. But we're both in time pressure at this point. Castles, and then here. I mean, now the game gets really shitty. I think that we played well up until this point, but at this point it's like both of us are in some time pressure, under a minute, and I have more time, but not for long. And I don't know about bishop d6. I guess it's okay. But Arsenal now did c4. That doesn't seem right. Because this strands your own knight again. I mean, I admit this isn't too pleasant. But, you know, maybe you could bring your knight back in the game that way. Do you like tripled pawns? It's not clear that white is like lost. So you played c4, bishop b7, and then here. But the knight is a problem. Castles here. Obviously that was one of his ideas. Bishop b8. And now he decided to play f6. I'm not going to play f6 unless I have to. No, this looks like a good practical try. But I've been checkmated by Alexander Ivanov enough times that I'm not going to let you take on g7. And now you went for the Paleolithic attack with queen f2. That's nice, though. You're like my friend from the team championship where I stranded his knight on a4. The guy from yeah, that was our match against in northeast Hungary. There's a good zoo there. What's the name of the city? Shit. It's eluding me. It's a weird Hungarian name. Now h5. G takes h. Queen c7, very subtle. h7 check. This is just blitz. King h8, queen h4, queen c6. I've been studying Smyslav Grunfeld games. They look like Sicilians. Was there a rook takes d7? Probably. Let's say here. But I have a check on g4. No. Not there. Nope. So, no, this is a check on g4. Now maybe there's a rook takes d7, queen takes d7, knight b6, and then, you know, I go somewhere. I don't know where, maybe d3. Where do I go? I mean, you still have this mating threat. That's kind of concerning. Well, I guess I go to e6 then. I would go to e6. You would have knight g5. Oh, shit. So rook takes d7, queen d7, knight b6. What does black do? But actually... I mean, yeah, because I'm assuming, like, if you go here, I have check, and that's a problem for you. What if it's not? What if I'm, like, lost here? King here? Wouldn't that be sick? Queen takes check, king e1, and black's lost? Oh my god. So that's the point. I have to sack my queen now. Which I'm probably lost anyway. Yeah. So, I have to sack my queen, and then, anyway, I'm lost. She's just always going to checkmate me the same way. So, rook takes d7, huh? Wins. We made a lot of bad moves in the blitz session here. Especially me. So, the engine hates my move h5. I actually... Think about this for a second, right? I mistimed h5. I mean, I'm really dumb to play h5 now. Why don't I wait until you play queen h4 and then play h5? You know? So I played it, like, immediately. Which is stupid. Besides the fact that it's a waste of time, I don't need to play it unless you play queen h4 and you're threatening to play queen h6. Why did I play it right away? Instead, I need to play something sensible. So, I mean, I'm guessing it's got to be queen c7. But I think the engine saw something cool. The time that I beat Gufeld, it was this. That happens in the black side of the Catalan a lot, but you don't see it in the Sicilian. But once I beat Gufeld in a Richter Rouser, with black with a queen e8 escape, and I didn't see this idea during the game, but it makes sense because I should be looking for the light squares. It's such an unusual maneuver in the black side of the Najdorf for the Sicilian to go queen e8. So I hit e6. That's my best chance. Yeah, anyway. So at the end of the game, Arsenal was winning, but he lets me get away with this. And then I take out the f6 pawn, and he's in trouble. Now it looks like he might still be able to hang on, but it's easier to play with black. Without those mating threats, you know, it's just not the same. Knight h7. You ran out of gas, and then eventually just like blundered your queen. Both of us played like crap in the time scramble. Okay, so now we've got a quick one here. Aronian, an oldie but a goodie. Aronian Anand. Wow. What is this? So, I don't know when this was played. You know, Levon used to play Levon went through a stage where he was playing the anti-Marin with the pawn sack, queen c2 and g4 or g4. Like 10 years ago. One thing I've noticed about Aronian, I don't know, not so much anymore. He's a different player now, but you know, he was very lucky. Like sometimes he would really play recklessly and get away with it, you know. I'm not sure if I've seen this game. when he played in, like, he won the World Cup once, he was really lucky 8 million times. Okay, d4, d5. This is, Anand is, like, the world's best Slav player. Right? e3, knight on bd7, bishop d3. I mean, Gelfand too. D takes c4, bishop takes c4, b5. But anyway, what my point was, like, Aronian played, like, against, I remember, Paco Vallejo in the World Cup with, like, queen c2, bishop d6, and g4. You know, he did, like, the Shirov gambit or whatever. Really crazy, unsound stuff. That was, like, 10 years ago, maybe even more now. I like queen c2, but I think that, you know, there's no safe way to play against, no clear good way to play against a non-Slav. So, whatever. Bishop d3, and then the Marin, and b5, and now bishop d3. And so, I am no authority at all on this for either side, but Black has a couple different plans. There was a time I analyzed some of Karpov's games. Karpov once beat Anand really nicely, and I think that Gelfand maybe lost against Karpov too. So Karpov may be the only player I can think of who could, like, kill people with these Marins with white. Kramnik probably. Okay, Kramnik probably. Yeah, you need someone, like, really scientific, you know, with white. Karpov, Kramnik, you know, absolutely. But anyway, so Black has more than one way to play this. Anand plays bishop d6. Let me see where this game was from. It was 2013, Weekendze. Okay, so you see, there's other games with Anand is black, Anand is black, Anand is black, Anand is black. Bishop d6, castles, queen c2. And that seems to be the number one move. You know, I never played this with white. I would imagine, like, a3 for those with large testicles. I mean, I always thought of e3 as, like, a pussy move, you know, to be honest. All my life. I mean, think about it for a minute. The worst is, like, when they go here, you know, this is like, how much of a chicken can you be, you know? You're going to play d4, you're going to play that. Why not just play the Kali system with white, you know? And then here, I always played the Botvinnik variation with bishop g5. But that requires an immense amount of theoretical knowledge. So anyway, and I've had a rough time, especially against, like, h6, for example. Try to prove an advantage against the Moscow. But anyways, so e3, blah, 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 blah. We got a Marin. Okay, b5, bishop d6, castle. But this move looks funny, you know, queen c2. I call this the toothpick attack. You know, you're, like, putting a queen on bishop there, and you're attacking like that, you know, like the dumb end of the battery, right? Optically, queen c2, it kind of looks funny, you know. I mean, I'm used to putting my queen on e2 in the queen's gambit. This is by far the number one move, although we're only talking about hundreds of games. It's not like thousands of games. Queen e2 is apparently not good in these types of situations. Again, I'm not knowledgeable of the Marin, really. You know, That's a more natural square for me. But queen c2. Getting on the c file. Yeah, the frontal pressure with the queen. I mean, what is white playing really? And essentially, white is like black, right? White is black in a Kali system. Black's playing the Kali system, but then he's playing like, you know, b4. It's accelerated. It's a decelerated Kali system. Yeah, that's all the semi-Slav is. Bishop b7. And now we get a3. There are 1.7 games, 1.7k games played by white. So 1,400 of those games are some kind of correspondence games for sure. I love the Lichess Opening Explorer. There's no games from before 1960, and there's like 8 million like correspondence game draws in the Opening Explorer. But yeah, okay. This seems to be like the main line. Very precise. By the way, going back a move, e4. This is, I would say, kind of a natural line for white as well. e4, e5. Bishop g5. Shabalov lost. Shabalov won. I mean, I don't know. This line, I think, is kind of straightforward. I saw Banus playing this one time. White can also do other stuff, quiet moves, b3, but whatever. Bishop d2, there's an inspired move, right? Boy, bishop d2, really exciting. It's a barn burner. Anyway, queen c2, here, rook c8, yes. Aren't we glad we have our queen on c2 now? And now knight to g5. With the subtle attack against h7. And now check out the wonders of the statistics here. Check out the move c5. This is why, like, putting your queen on c2. Coffee house pencil attack. This is like being in kindergarten and one of the other children is like chasing you around with a pencil. You know, get a gun or something, dude. The pencil. It's funny, I remember this game now. See, this is the kind of stupid shit that a Aronian would do sometimes. I remember this now. Yeah. It's childish. It's like he didn't know what he was doing. c5. Knight takes h7. So most people play bishop takes h7 check, and it's almost all draws. Bishop h7 check, king h8. And now f4. 87 draws. Yeah, not my idea of fun, playing the correspondence games. But Aronian played knight takes h7. And now, from the looks of it, that was the first game where this move was played. And he has 5 followers. You know, like, what is that investment website where you can follow people's investments? eToro, right? eToro. You can follow people's investments. They should have the same kind of website for, like, chess players' openings. Like, I want to follow, like, Aronian's repertoire. You could, like, click and just, like, follow Aronian's repertoire. It would be kind of funny. Anand just killed him. He just killed him. Yeah, this is brutal. Knight g4, f4, and now I remember having seen this before. C takes d, e takes d, and then, yeah, this is the move that, like, no normal human would find. So it was Anand's leftover prep from the Gelfand match. The thing is, Gelfand played this stuff with black too, didn't he? Now the amazing bishop c5. which is like not a move that, you know, enters your mind normally. And then another brilliancy, knight on d to e5. So this is beyond Emery Tate now. Bishop takes g4, bishop takes d4, check. Yeah, this is like maybe one of Anand's most famous games. Knight takes g4, knight takes f8, and then f5. Knight g6. Queen f6, h3, queen takes g6. You can't take it. This reminds me of like Aronian in the World Cup. Like, this was a classical game, but in my opinion, Aronian looked like he was playing rapid or something. He got crushed so bad. I mean, most famously, these two bishops were the game Rotlevi-Rubinstein, which was actually a semi-Slav, I believe. Though maybe it was a kind of semi-Tarish, actually. But anyway, okay, basically the same kind of principle with the two black bishops on these diagonals. Yeah, that's a classic. All right, and then the final game. Moss Herman Moss. Herman. Mos Hermanos. Mas Hermanos. Let's try to say it. Let's try to say it in Spanish. Mos Hermanos. E4, E5. That's solid. Hard to win with black, though. The only way to win with black is, like, if you study Michael Adams games for, like, 20 years. I'm at the point where, like, I think I might prefer playing the Petrov if I have to play E4, E5. They call it the Spanish torture. If I have to win, I'm almost tempted to play the Petrov. I mean, I don't know. You can't play E4, E5 for a win. I mean, I just think, like... I don't know how Michael Adams does it. How does he play without playing the Sicilian, you know? He played different stuff, but mostly E4, E5. That's hard to do. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3. Blech. Ah, I'm going to vomit. That's a bummer. Major buzzkill, right? Knight c3. Now what are we going to do? Oh my god. That sucks. Yeah, this sucks. Bishop c5 sucks. Bishop e4 sucks. g6 sucks. h6 sucks. d6 sucks. f5 is fun but sucks. Bishop e7 sucks. So the only move you can play is knight f6. Doesn't that... It's crazy, like... You literally have one good move in this position with black. It's not fair, you know? How is it possible? There's so many possibilities in chess, right? And we only have one playable move in this position. Because everything else is bad. It's crazy, right? Look at the statistics. Okay, bishop e7 is the second best move. That's probably true, you know? This is kind of sick, but this is black's second best move. Seriously. Not a joke. I have seen people do this, right? Oh, this game, Merva. Oh, yeah, this was last year. Oh, my God. Dude, Merva played this against Plotkin and lost. I don't know how he didn't blow his brains out after that. But Merva plays the Kraken. He's awesome. I was like, oh my god, you can do that? It looks like Plotkin didn't really take advantage of it. But anyway, okay, yeah, you got my point, right? There's no good moves. I had a theory about playing this at one point. But, I'm gonna guess it's not good. What was my idea again? I can't remember what my idea was. Maybe the idea is like bishop c4 and you can't play knight takes e4. I don't know what the hell I'm thinking here. This is stupid, you know? Alright, so only move. Bishop b5. You know, there's all the other moves. Be careful, Camel Culture. h3 is trending, and I played that from time to time. My friend Jose did a course on that on Chessable. h3, a3, bishop e2. You know, I was thinking. There was this dude. Yeah, I played in an IM tournament. Somebody explain this to me, right? So I played in an IM tournament like 3 years ago. And I'm paid to play. I don't really want to play, but I'm paid to play. I play a bunch of people I don't want to play. And in the first round, I'm sitting there, and there's like two guys who are not IMs, but like, you know, players who are trying to make IM norms or whatever, playing each other. One is from India. I don't remember the other guy's from. They're both like 2300 FMs or something. Oh, G3. I'm sorry. No, I like G3. So they're both 2300 FMs, hoping to get an IM norm in like a 9-round tournament. And the first guy goes bishop c4. I'm like, what the fuck? And I think his opponent is like slightly lower rated. And I can't help but thinking, like, what's wrong with this guy? You know? So black plays knight takes c4, and like 12 moves later they draw. And I'm like, I don't understand. You know, you just like paid like hundreds of dollars to play or euros to play in an IM tournament, and you're making a draw with bishop c4 in the 4 knights in like 15 moves with white? That leaves you with 8 more games left to play. What are you doing? You know? I didn't understand. I tried to make like this work here. It's still a draw. And there's another fun move. You can play f5. But I think this is even like riskier. The black falls in the trap of trying to like win, then he might lose. It's just a forced draw. So anyway, yeah, I like g3. G3 is, but then there's the scary, you know, Alexander Ivanov heart attack variation. When Husari played this against Ivanov, he was like hyperventilating, and like, you know, and then he retreated both his knights back, like this. And Ivanov beat him. This is Halloween Dracula. But check that out. There was a game by Gleck. Wait, we gotta see what. This is new. Wow. Oh my god. So Gleck goes into it. Whatever Gleck, I'll have whatever he's having. So someone played this. Gergo Antal played that. That's an old game. Very old game. I'll have what Gleck's having. Knight c3. So if e4, knight g1, his opponent played h5. So e4 is a mistake. Black should play d4. And then you get the piece back with bishop g2. It's still equal. Anyways, alright. I'll let Camel Culture show his game. So, bishop e5. And now, yeah, Camel, I like, Camel played the Hare Krishna variation here. That's funny that the first game in the opening Explorer is Hare Krishna Carlsen. Because as far as I remember, Hare Krishna was actually probably the first guy I saw who played this. But objectively, Adams likes bishop c5. But that's another kettle of fish. The best move for black is probably knight d4. But that's a forced draw. So, while I like bishop d6, I don't think you should play it unless you know it. Which obviously Chemiculture has a problem with. How about queen e7? Yamrich played that. That's not good. Curto played... I think Curto played a6, didn't he? Curto used to play a6. I mean, that probably has some old historical significance. But maybe Chemiculture, you should just play bishop b4. There's nothing wrong with bishop b4. So anyway, it's tough. Bishop d6 is interesting. Okay, let's see what happened. So your opponent played d3. Not a barn burner kind of move. It looks like a3 is a secret move. Obviously, the plan is to come back. To try to somehow maybe exploit your bishop on d6 for being stupid. Oh, look, Adams has actually played this with black against Cornet. So bishop d6, maybe a3 is good. d3. Now you played a6. A. Well, the point is, like, white has bishop g5. If white could play bishop g5, it was white's move, bishop g5. Would we be in trouble? So if you castle, is bishop g5 some kind of problem? You can always resign. It's not a problem? It's not a problem. I mean, I would be afraid of, like, g4 or something. But apparently it's not a problem. But I don't know. I mean, h6, normal scaredy cat kind of move. But the plan is, like, castles, rook e8, bishop f8, right? Someone even played g4 here. Let's not do that. Not reliable. Again, a3 is a good move. But okay, Camel played a6. You're, like, really encouraging this guy to take on c6. So, just a quick question. If he takes on c6, we're taking with the d pawn, right? You're not considering taking with the b pawn, are you? That's gotta be bad. d4 would, like, kill us. I would think, like, a lot of people, especially lower rated players, would be happy to chop here. Rosenthalis. Rosenthalis is definitely taking on c6. You're not beating Rosenthalis with black. So I don't know. I don't really like a6. I mean, you gotta play one of the other moves. There's a weird move, knight e7. Is that sound? There's almost no games. d4. It might be playable, but it's not great. So castles or h6. I don't like this as much. Bishop a4. And now b5. So it looks like you really went... Yeah. You went south here with b5. Yeah, caveman. You're not a caveman. You're like... and you know you're not a caveman. what you are when you play b5, you're like one of those native tribes. You're like one of those native tribesmen who's never seen like people. One of those undiscovered. This is not a cave, man. You're one of those, jungle. It's like a spear. b5, bishop b3. So, it's a modified Norwegian variation. But, I mean, the scary part is here, right? He's never seen people. He's one of those Brazilian tribes people that's undiscovered. When your knight leaves the center, you're going to leave control of these central squares, so be careful. So it looks like there's still time to, like, civilize with, like, h6. Civilize yourself. Don't do it. You don't have to do it. No. No, that's not a toothbrush. Here. Knight a5. I'm scared of this happening. But maybe you'll just fall into, like, the Noah's Ark trap. Maybe that's not the problem here. Dude, Ponomarev went native once too. Against Su Yifan. Apparently bishop g5 is a good move. It makes sense. But I really thought, like, I mean, white has great control with d5, but I thought, like, the knight leaving the center means, like, white would probably use this moment to take out. I mean, the point is, like, black has trouble defending e5. Your bishop on d6 is a little overloaded. So e takes d4. Only Ponomarev survived, but Hu Yifan probably didn't play optimally. Queen d4. No Noah's Ark trap here. Black's best move is knight c6. Who would believe that, right? The engine at depth 25 thinks that black should bring the knight back. If that's any indication that this whole variation is kind of shaky, knight c6 is black's best move now. Yay. Yeah, this is not good. d4 is strong. Castles is a little routine. So you grabbed his bishop, and you've got, like, an inferior Norwegian variation now. He's starting knight takes b5, of course. So I wonder if bishop b7 is obligatory. I was even thinking about if there's a chance, there's even a chance like rook b8 could be a move. I mean, this is the threat. I know the bishop g5 stuff is possible too, but maybe black can survive that with, like, h6 and g5 or something. So Camel Culture just kept throwing spears at the visitors. We come in peace. b4. And then, where is Mr. Knight going? It goes back. So luckily, like, white didn't like refute you, you know? He played, like, solidly. But now we have a different problem. you've got this kind of mad NPC coming over to the other side. When you put the bishop on d6, like I said, the plan is usually castles, h6, rook e8, bishop f8, reset, press the reset button. I like this comment by Arsenal fan. Bishop e7 stops d4. I would phrase that in a different way if I were you. Would you like to rephrase? You know what stops d4? Well, c5 probably stops d4. Even that I'm not sure about. But I don't think it stops d4. It puts pressure on e4. It doesn't stop d4. It discourages d4. Let's use the accurate words. It might not, but it doesn't lose a piece. It doesn't lose a piece. Okay, we agree on that. It doesn't lose a pawn. So your opponent didn't want to go on the Jungle Safari with knight b5? Did you consider that? The Jungle Safari variation. Knight b5, falling into Camel's clever native trap when he would just play like bishop e7 or something. Who knows what's going on? Alright. Knight e2. And now, oh my god, you played c5. Yeah. What I like is the youth, the creativity of youth. He's not blinded by stereotypes and bias, They've never seen people. He's never seen a person. Why would he be, stereotyped and biased? It's like, with camel culture, we're training a jungle native to learn to play chess. Okay. c5. Me stop d4. You not allowed to play. That's caveman. I don't know how jungle natives speak. We can't really imitate jungle natives. We can only do cavemans. Me stop d4. You play d4 anyway. Seriously. There's a good rule. If your opponent's trying to stop something, if you really want to fuck with them, do it anyway. Maybe we should consider it anyway. Yeah, obviously. This is very interesting, I think it looks good. It makes me want to play d4 more. Obviously. Arsenal would nibble on this house to c3. But don't put your knight on a4. The guy, he had the prescience not to put the knight on a4. Definitely a colonist. Knight e2, c5. But I'm not sure if that's your biggest problem. I think over here is going to be a bigger problem. I think what you need to do now is just whole hog. Be prepared to play h5 or something. I'm waiting. I'm expecting to see h5 any minute now. Alright. And now white really cautious with h3. Damn, that looks... h3 is so slow. Can he do better than that? Yeah, d4, I like d4. As Fischer said, you got to give squares to get squares. White plays too cautiously, it's going to go south. This is very cautious. I mean, obviously, what mad NPC would play knight g3, right? This is a totally normal move. What's wrong with knight g3? You're saying, what does black do now? Isn't black clearly worse? It's plus 6, 0.6. Almost clearly worse. Castles, knight f5, bishop c7. It's a snake Benoni. It doesn't look good. I agree h3 is a waste of time. But, he does have your favorite plan available. No, he's not exploiting camel culture's weird play enough, if you just twiddle your thumbs indefinitely, I mean, black is eventually going to start playing chess. Bishop c7, and now the next move is really ugly. I don't like bishop e3. Could you play a more routine move, please? Time is of the essence. So I was thinking, even 92. Okay, I mean, at this point we're finally like, you know, white's farted around so much that you're like really literally like ready to play d5. So I guess there is a logic to this. He is stopping you. I think he really is stopping you from playing d5 by attacking the pawn. Maybe that makes sense. All right. And if you try to defend artificially, you know, maybe, well, it's worth considering. No, seriously, if knight d2, I think this might not be bad. I think that white was smart to try to stop d5. But he's played too hesitantly. Knight d2, logical move now. Yeah, I mean, it's like a sort of normal exchange, Lopez type position here. Camel, you ready for g5 or h5 yet? You could go, you can always do like g5. Remember when Aronian played that amazing game with g5? Like, some crazy shit with like rook g8, right? I mean, nothing would surprise me. It's unsound. Check this out. g5, bishop takes g5, rook g8. Even bishop f6, but this works because bishop takes h3. Wow, knight g3. Oh no. This bishop isn't helping. Do you know what the bishop on c7 needs? You still consider d5. The bishop on c7 needs a cone of shame. Remember the movie, the animated movie Up? The cone of shame on c7. This is terrible. The plan is to play a5. Cone of shame. a5 followed by f6 and h6. Alright, knight d2, castles, and then the shocking f4. Like, Capablanca himself were playing white. And now, this could be a chance for us to trade off the cone of shame at some point, right? I don't know which way he should take. I was actually wondering about bishop takes, but then d5 activating the cone of silence. Cone of shame. The problem was after knight takes f4 for white, you know, it's not really readily apparent what his next move is, but I guess this is probably right. It's not so easy for white to really create any threats with a knight on f4. Yeah, knight c4 is a good move. It's well covered by the cone of shame. You know, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe this isn't so stupid. You get in d5. I mean, even if you manage to get this in and you trade it off the cone of shame, I still think, like, position is probably not that bad for white, but alright. Is this the right capture? It's close. Yes, check out this line. If bishop takes f4, wow. Bishop takes f4, d5. White has a super secret move here. He could avoid the trade of the cone of shame, although that allows queen d6. You know, before we go on, I gotta end the stream soon, but I want to talk about something. If this bishop is so bad, and this bishop is stopping you from playing d5, and what's your plan here? So I guess what I'm hinting at is that maybe white played f4 too quickly. Could he have prepared this? Yeah, you're right. I mean, queen e7 is on the agenda. For sure. But let's just say, for example, queen e1. Queen e1, queen e7. For example, and then we do it. You know, well, how would that factor in to the situation, you know? Maybe white has more useful moves that he can make before playing f4 than black does. But yeah, I mean, there may be an urgency about d5. But still, even if you play d5, like, okay, queen e1, queen e7, f4, let's say you get this in, right? White might have the ability to attack that again. Say takes on e5. How do you recapture? You have to take the bishop. Queen f2. Oh no, look at that. That's the engine move. I think I'm onto something, guys. So white's best move here is, really shocker. Shit. Bro, he had c4. Oh no. If he finds that, we're gonna sign him up for like Mensa. Damn. If he had found c4, then he's a genius. If he stops d5 and then plays f4, Camel would have to really seriously consider taking, I think. You probably have to take. No? Take. You chip away at his center a little bit. But I do think that in all seriousness, c4 is a hard move to find, but it's excellent because he was playing for knight c4. But this is a good move too. Nefedov would find queen e1. I miss Nefedov. Oh well. So f4, e takes f4, and then knight takes f4. Now, rook e8. And the cone of shame is threatening to become a missile. And why would white not play knight c4 now? Well, he didn't want to encourage it, I guess. And this move actually goes for... Okay, he goes for, like, indirect control of d5. I guess knight h5 is okay. Knight h5, queen h5. Rook e5 is a little bit unplayable at the moment. Now, Camel Culture, you played rook f8 now? Excuse me? Why not bishop e6? I mean, I get not playing rook e7, although it shouldn't be ruled out without consideration. You know, this is not convincing. Maybe we could do some tricky Goofeld stuff with rook e7. There's a lot of options here. I mean, I'm sure rook e f8 is not that bad, but there's a lot of choices here for black. It just feels passive, you know, like the other moves are a bit more natural. This supports d5. I mean, that's got to be the first consideration. You play bishop e6, you're threatening d5. I mean, maybe you're not threatening d5. Yeah, true. You might be, though. I don't know. Maybe you could even sack a pawn. I mean, in some cases. Let's just say you played bishop e6, and white makes some mindless move like that, and you play d5, and he takes this pawn. You go here. You know, would you have compensation? Camel Culture loves bishops. You know, remember when he beat me in that blitz game a few weeks ago, where I was like up a pawn? He would love this. But rook f8 feels sad, right? I'm sure you had a reason for playing that. But there is this element of this, you know, that's also annoying, you know, to lose. Rook f4. Somebody else got on the native train. Look at that. He's got rook h4. This guy, where did he come from? Suddenly became like a psychopath. Begging you to play d5. But let's see. No substitute for brute force calculation, right? It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. Oh, rook f8. That ensures we get mated, right? Alright. So rook f4, g6. Can we not weaken our dark squares? If we play this, we're just asking for it. I mean, we may not have a choice at this point, but to do what you did. But I hate rook f8. If Arsenal says it's the only move, it's definitely not the only move. That's one of the only things I know. The older I get, the less I know. Let's just prove him wrong. I admit it's not easy to prove him wrong. Theoretically, we could play h6. And on rook h4 we have queen f6, but yeah, he won't play that. He'll build up with rook f1. But theoretically, it doesn't look good. Maybe f6. It's ugly. It's really ugly. Queen d5 check. Whoops, losing a piece. Okay, not f6. g6 is probably forced. I'll buy it. You know, you do have f5. I mean, as crazy as it seems, he doesn't have a late square bishop. Remember, so maybe f5 or f6. Not, you know, maybe f5 can be played. We don't want to play f6 and drop the rook on a8, but it's possible f5 could really get played. Queen h6 now, which is good in a way because we know where it is, right? That's what I was saying. But at h6 he plays rook f1, not rook h4 right away. The good thing is that know where your enemy is, right? He's not in stealth mode here on h6, and there's no queen d5 check, so Camel astutely defends on the 7th rank. Rook h4, f6. Are we having fun yet? Yes. You know, you might want to ask yourself if it would be better to play f6 first. Because there, we might play rook f7 anyway. There's some questions about whether queen e7 and rook f7 is like redundant. Maybe more efficient to do f6 because you're going to have to do it anyway than queen e7. But I mean, okay, it's hindsight is 2020. Rook h4, f6, rook f1. And now, the move of the game. We're all expecting rook a7 with the acerbate rook. But he surprises us with bishop d8. But you gotta like that. I mean, you gotta like that. You know, this is great. We got a wide, you know, area of scatter shot with those two bishops. Obviously allowing for defense with rook a7. Arsenal, are you talking about d4? Gotta be good. That's NPC. I'm not that scared of d4. If white does d4, I mean, all bets are off now. You know, he has a very solid structure with this island. He's playing like fucking Capablanca, you know. He's been very solid. If he plays d4, there's no going back, you know. That's gonna damage his structure extensively. You know, that's a very risky move for white. Holy shit, he played e5. Oh my god. That's one of those moves where you're like, that can't be good. Yeah, this guy is a weird player. He was like very positional, and then came up with the caveman attack, and now this tactic with e5. Also, a super risky move, but concrete. Casting down on bishop d8, or not. Knight e4. I really don't think we're going to be playing bishop b6. Shit. What about trading queens? Would it be sensible to trade queens here? Anybody? Can I trade queens? Draw? I would offer a draw at this point. I say play queen g7 off for a draw. You're going to drop 2 pawns, aren't you? They smell the blood in the water. Is his rook getting trapped if the queens come off? Queen g7. So, queen g7, king g7. Knight takes c5, and then he has like these rook issues. Oh, it takes on b4. Unbelievable. But that's still like, yeah, that's not good. You don't want to like lose that pawn duo. So f5 is an exclamation point. I thought you were toast, man. I totally forgot you were double attacking h4. The guy probably thought the same thing. Holy shit. That was why you played bishop d8. Sneaky. Oh my gosh. Can't white play like bishop g5 now? Oh, he's on f8 too. Wow, I'm totally confused. corn-fused. Bishop takes e5, queen g7. Bishop takes f8, mate. So seriously, if bishop takes e5, queen h4, queen f8, mate. You mean queen f8, mate. Your other queen. Wow. So f5 is double exclam. Does he have this? What's going on after this move? I'm confused. I'm a caveman. I don't know what these little pieces move around the board are doing. Is this some religious symbol? I don't know. I would play bishop g5. He goes here. The problem is the white rook on h4 is I don't understand what's going on here. So he thinks he's zooming you. But why doesn't he have like rook takes h7 at the end? Because you have king g8, are you serious? Oh my god. No, that's not... Yeah. Oh no. Bishop takes f8? For fuck's sake. FFS. Well, I guess it's like a transposition. Practically. Isn't that like the same position? Bishop takes h6, but you lose your rook. That's not good. I mean, yeah, it's playable, but black has the two bishops now. Black is better. This isn't great. Bishop takes c5, queen g7, check, king g7, bishop f8 check, king takes. But I don't understand, rook takes here. You're telling me this wins for him? Oh my god. That's sick. He doesn't have a square? No way. That is messed up. Yeah. So he has no square. Can't take on h7. So now knight f6. What? So, but I mean seriously, if this guy had seen this before, why did he take on c5? I mean, he should have seen this. Bishop g5 has got to be better. I don't like this as much. I guess he like, oh, there's got to be something, and there's nothing there. Wait, knight f6 is your best move, because he's going to get the b4 pawn. You're losing to Caro-Connix. He's definitely losing to Caro-Connix. The two bishops. Two bishops for rook and pawn. This is his best shot. He takes the b pawn. I mean, that's a nice little turret you've got there. Remember the turrets from Space Invaders? But he doesn't have like a clear 4-on-1 majority. Nobody's beating Caro-Connix. No, there's still game left. Okay, so but Chemiculture's so lucky to get out of this, and crafty. It's not just luck. I mean, he's crafty. Bishop e7, rook a4, bishop b7. Those are some nice bishops. And then I don't know about that. White, I think, is maybe going to try tie him down to a6, play b4, b5. Okay. So camel doesn't bite. Do camels bite? They bite, right? Camels do bite. They bite and spit. Rook c4, a good move. And then you trade it. But that's fine. Takes to the b pawn. And God forbid these pawns start like layers. Forming layers. It's like the the blob or something. If they start coming up. Check, king f1. And now you played e4 direct. Direct the mundo. I guess that takes away the blob. But I mean, I'm scared of the blob. I'm a little bit scared of the blob. Maybe I shouldn't be afraid of this blob. Objectively. The blob, don't bother. There's also rook a5. Rook a5 looks scary, too. Blob, don't bother. Brief look at what? Rook c8. c3. Oh. I mean, if we're really like psychic, we can play rook c6 and prevent that sacrifice. But let's just say, you know, camel like doesn't care and goes into this. The blob, don't bother. I would think that it's a draw. Camel can always, worst case scenario, sack for a drawn rook in game. It's lost though, because he has rook d8. Okay. But anyway, that's just a hypothetical. I mean, this is a very hypothetical thing you're talking about. It's kind of too hypothetical. I like rook c4 though. It's a safe move. Takes, check. I mean, both sides have been a little crazy, but also not gone over the edge. What about blowgun? Do you don't have like a blowgun or something you can fire at the camel culture? e4. You bust out the blowgun with poison frog venom. You can go like Putin on them, Putin style. I'm getting loopy. All right. Now white played an absolutely crazy move, b4. That's crazy. Obviously bishop d4. That was a kind of cheapo. Here. And now e3. Not playing for a draw. My first priority is to like make sure we don't lose. Camel culture, do you have f4 at some point here? This is a very complicated endgame. f4 is a move too. But e3 is best. Wow. I wasn't sure if this is fast enough. But this is cold-blooded, what you did now. Oh my god. Oh. Permaculture and the 2 bishops. Yeah, I had not even considered the idea of A5. I'm just too much into like self-preservation. I'm not sure I would have even played E3. You know, I want to like avoid losing at all cost. It's been one of my weaknesses in poker. I'm like really leaving money on the table a lot of times, being too cautious. I'm doing it in chess too. The tournament yesterday, I realized in a couple of games I was playing too cautiously, too safe. But there's obviously a very fine line. You know, it's easy to go too far. I make my priority not going too far. I talk about people being cavemen and stuff. But my own weakness can be to be too cautious. The other extreme. You know, so if I like traded here or something, simplify, get the king toward the center. Can you play for a win without risk here? Is what I'm kind of asking. We have to take risks. Would you like to centralize your king at some point? This is a really like best move, but I'm scared. B5 and now A5. But I don't like that your king is on F8. A5 C3. And you miss C3. That's the kind of move like you could be lost if you're not careful. Take C5. What do we do? Is it really nothing? Take C5. You just calmly centralize your king. Wow. C6? No? We're just gonna take? Are you winning there? Now he played rook C1. Oh my god. You played bishop takes G2 check? Excuse me? C5. I am unsure what is going on here. I can't believe you're losing. Bishop takes G2 check, king takes E2. Can't get back in time. I mean, you obviously neglected your king for a long time. Dude, are you in trouble here? Rook C1, bishop takes G2 check? What? Bishop D2? Does this really work? He didn't take? I'm confused. Seriously, this works? E2? Wow. Three connect to pass pawns. D4. Hello. D4, A4. Oh my god. You could just queen. I was just concerned about the three connect pass pawns. Might be something, but it's not. It's not. It's not. You're just winning. Man, those pawns are scary though. I really wasn't sure. A5, C3. So after this, he's saving the game. But rook c1 was a blunder. Wow. Yeah, no, I expected c5. I didn't understand why he didn't play c5. So what would you do now? You can't do this now? It's too slow. You cut this close. Wow, so bishop b6 is maybe your best chance, but this is hard to calculate, man. If you're even a little bit tired, forget about it. After a long game, I would have never been able to play this. Bishop takes c3, c5 he misses it, rook c1 and he's lost because of bishop d2. No, he did play c5. I'm crazy. Okay. He did play c5. c5, king e7. Okay. So king e7 is losing. Oh my god. He played c5 right away. And you had to play either bishop d5, which is sort of natural. I would think like you would probably find that move. You're going to have to sack the exchange in a lot of lines. Or this surprising move. It also gets the bishop outside so it's not trapped. So the idea is we're going to sack one of the bishops, I guess. Jeez, dude. After king e7, you're lost with c6. I thought you were fine. This is crazy. And you're lost. Oh my god. You must have thought the same thing I was thinking, like you could sack the exchange. This is crazy. So you're lost and then you win in like a couple moves. No, I thought you'd be fine here after bishop takes c6. I thought, oh no, your pawn's close enough. You got another pawn. Your bishop's controlling the queening square. Your king's going to get in the game. It's probably a draw, right? But the problem is, you're like at least a move behind. Like for example, king d6, rook c1. Sorry. Here. King d6, rook c1. A4, c7. But I mean, you know, going back in the game, I mean, to be fair, yeah, you're like fucking around with e4 here while leaving your king on f8. Yeah, that's really bad. I didn't even honestly know for sure that you're better here. But you definitely left your king in the center for too long. I mean, that should always be the first instinct. I mean, this piece is like, it's like an extra piece. Because this king is tied down to that pawn on g2. b5 you could just take on b5. So here. a5 was fancy. But I thought maybe it's a draw if you take on b5. Because he can't take with the rook. Oh no. Yeah, I missed that. I just missed that you know, you're winning there. I missed that this is fast enough. So, b5 is like, he's lost. He's actually lost after e3. And now this is a crazy endgame. It's hard to wrap your head around it. And now you're winning. That was a real comedy of errors. Alright guys, I gotta go. I'm exhausted. This game killed me. I gotta go eat dinner. I can't possibly wrap my head around the endgame. That's not easy. I'll see you guys later. Tomorrow, some Blitz. Don't forget to subscribe and donate. Thanks for following. Thanks for subscribing, Camel Culture, Mr. Coffee. We got the new World Senior donation bar open, going until October. So anything you donate will be added to the formerly Summer Tournament Fund. And we're going to Serbia in October, hopefully. So, otherwise, Friday, tomorrow Blitz, and that's around 1 Central European summertime. I'm losing my voice. And then finally, our weekly simul on Sunday. Thanks, Chemiculture, everybody. Arsenal fan, Mr. Coffee, thanks for stopping by. One of these days, Mr. Coffee's going to get back in the tournament scene. I'll see you guys later.